dropping a big one. It's just a case of, yeah, we just went and we're going live. But yeah, this is the trouble. In nice way, I get these phone calls. Oh, good.
Like, he sent a message to me on my birthday, which was, I was out, but I didn't get it until the evening, and then I messaged him back, and then he's not. I do like Gary sometimes. It's just you hear nothing for ages, then suddenly bang, 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 just back to back, and then.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world of dealing with the ship-shaped crew. Yeah. I deal with 4 like this.
He says, he says his advice to get a bit comfortable with the base game. Please, for the love of God, will you pest him to put naval rework in? I'm sorry, I can't go back to base game. I've been spoiled. I can't go back.
I'm sure he will. He's been talking about all sorts of things being added in. At the moment, he's trying to make it so that we can have a pirate king of Sweden.
Okay, well, I guess I probably won't. I have to go back to the base game naval designer. No.
Are you sure?
No, the Hispanias are equivalent. No, the Hispanias are equivalent to the bloody revenge class in base game. I hate it.
Linguistics.
Oh, we're not live, are we?
We are live.
Yes. Are we live?
We are.
You don't have.
You didn't say we'd started.
I did say. I said we started.
I did.
Sorry, everyone.
Me.
We were all seeing how long it would take the fleet to realise we'd started. As you can guess, we're joined once again by Fleet and by Runon. We have a Poodle.
I wasn't watching my linguistics.
One thing though, I've just gone live and Fleet, the Poodle show me he's here. So whilst they chat quickly, and I think I've pressed the bot on for the questions, so the questions should be taking in. I'm going to quickly get the ear treatment for someone because I think he needs it.
No, I wasn't watching my linguistics. Forgive me, audience of Bruships. I'm sorry. I didn't know we were live. I wasn't watching my linguistics. No, I'll never live it down.
It's okay, Fleet. All you have to do is watch the host being scrapped in real time for 10 consecutive times.
No. No.
Hang on, hang on. I'm verified that the questions are up, and it looks like it's...
For some reason, the bot didn't work for Drake's Drum, sadly.
I have no idea because I wasn't watching it. It didn't seem like you guys wanted to implement it, so...
I think I tried. I may have done it completely wrong. It wouldn't surprise me. That's all.
Debug log.
I did the exclamation mark version thing. It didn't work. But God, wow! It's been 2 weeks since Strum. A bit of a damp. Well, it wasn't a damp script. It was actually quite good. It's one of my most popular lives that I've ever done. But yeah. Excuse me 1 second.
Okay. Hang tight to your questions. Just hold tight to your questions.
You will, of course, get your treatment. You will get. You will get what you require. So.
And twist knobs and threaten the machine spirit of his machine with percussive maintenance.
Okay. Good boy. Sorry.
Knights, have you loaded those questions down so that you
because he's a
have
poodle,
good quality questions
ear infections
for all one
is not nice.
Or are we going to have?
It is not nice, are they? Ear infections are not nice. So Poodle gets some. Foo has a distorted voice. Why does Foo have a distorted voice?
Distorted voice.
Let's go see.
Hey?
Why is Foo getting a distorted voice? Hello?
That's not Fleet.
That's not Fleet.
What? Hey!
Hello!
Hello, I'm here.
That's notionally me, but...
I had to go and quickly do something. But I'm back from outer space.
That's good. That is good.
I had to go to the moon, to get some cheese. You know how it is.
No,
I went live and immediately realised that dealing with all the issues beforehand, because my sister's got a friend visiting, and so she's tried experimenting in the kitchen to impress her friend.
Oh, we've got to...
And I had to fix that. I forgot. I remembered I'd forgotten to put someone, and I'm not gonna point fingers here. Someone's ear medication in.
Well, that's the thing.
He's a good boy. He's had it now.
Apparently, I have a. Apparently, Carl says I have a distorted voice.
You do, and I'm sure I pressed the questions. Questions open or questions closed now? Questions supposed to be open.
Bot is not active at all. Hello?
Is it distorted in the sense of
That
I'm
hurts.
staticky? Is it distorted in the sense?
It sounds like
that...
it's sort of you sound like you're talking in the middle of an aquarium. Well then.
That is bizarre.
Fine for me.
No, that's strange. 1 second, let me just do a quick voice check. Oh, yeah, no, Mike's fine on my end. I just did a Discord test. Yeah, that is your end, Dr. Clarke.
That is my end. How's that
Okay,
my
that's
end?
your end.
Yeah, that's on you because Fleet is 5x5 on West Coast, and I think you need to turn me up, Dr. Clarke, because my mic is just about pegged to the maximum.
I have no idea what Discord is doing to you two. Let me just... I'm going to disconnect and reconnect.
Oh,
How's that?
He's flipped. Hello, there we go. How is that? Let's see how the testing 1 2 3 4 5. Hosh is the best battleship ever built.
You are
If that
officially
didn't come
sad.
through clear, I don't know what will.
Runon?
Whatever helps you sleep at night, Fleet. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Look, it was something that I knew he would hear, therefore it was a good thing to test with. I don't act like, despite the fact that I do actually quite like the ship,
And regularly
I'm
claim
also
it.
not silly enough to.
Padamarki appears to be now be working.
Like, I also.
I'm hoping.
Hey, we did it.
No
We did
questions
it,
are now
gentlemen.
closed.
We solved technology.
Questions are apparently closed. Questions
And
are now
I've
open.
reopened them. I'm just making sure that all the commands and everything are set properly. What the heck? Why is it just in flat out pass-through mode? How did it break?
I'm using Powder Monkey.
.10, right?
This host is blasphemous. I am not blasphemous. I like the host, but I will admit she's not the best ship in the world. She's a capable combatant when she enters service, but there are ships that are flat out superior to her even at that point.
Yeah, it is .10, which is on, which is activated.
Like Hosh has a very brief period for about 3 years when she's a capable combatant that can go toe to toe with most of the rest of the other world's ironclads. After that period, however, she becomes a third line combatant, and then after about 6 years, she becomes flat out obsolete.
Well, I mean, you
But
do
that-
have
but then
to
again,
remember that Hosh has a
For
built-in
the period,
advantage in the area of optical range finding, because it means that somebody has to look at her under magnification.
true.
Okay.
But I will also point out that when she's designed, you're really not dealing with that much. I mean, you're talking about battle ranges that Nelson would be happy with when Hosh enters service, and for most of the period where she's actually a relevant combatant.
Yeah.
Montana, we'll work through the questions I've got in queue currently, and then we'll reopen things. I am not certain why the queue release functionality is being glitchy.
Something
and then
technical
reopen.
difficulties, as they say.
Yeah,
It's-
something
it's-
probably broke in the background, or an update got pushed from StreamerBot.
Yeah, that's normally it's an update from Streambot, Discord, or any of the above, or all the above.
I actually got to fulfill my duties. I actually got
in
to
this
fulfill
case,
my duties for Drac this week, which was very nice.
That's good. That's good.
You poor man. I will let you know that the friendly
it was
stew mine has not knocked on my door.
Well,
Was
it's
that
going
not
too
not
soon.
knocked on your door? Because, yeah, there are plans.
Let's put it this way. No one outside of Dr. Clarke has ever asked me for anything regarding Powder Monkey. Technically,
Oh, don't
Pete
worry.
has, but that was mainly just because I'm like, here, you want me to fork this for you too? Yes, please.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
I forked it
yes,
for
I
him.
am. Yes, I am in fact going to pester Drac to pester you because I'm just that nice.
Yeah.
Are you sure nice is? Are you sure that nice is the word that should be used there, Fleet? Are you really certain about that one?
I am nice.
I nicked one of my mums.
Like considering some people I know in the world. Considering some of the people I know in the world, I'm very nice. Look, if I wasn't nice, I wouldn't be able to get the guests on ramblings that I do. Rex's Hanger, Dr. Clarke, Drac, the Chieftain. I really want to get the mighty
To
jingle.
be fair, I think I was initially more motivated by the amount of stuff I was hearing that was wrong, so I just came up and kept badgering you to let me on.
No, you didn't ask to come on until I asked you to
mainly,
take
mainly,
Drac's
mainly
place,
your
and then
love,
the rest
mainly your love of Hosh.
Thomas, the main problem is that I'm running into is that there's the small matter of the Atlantic Ocean between me and Dr. Clarke. So it's very difficult for me to look at his computer and see what the crap is going on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Linguistics.
I know, which is always bizarre for me because that's just I'm American. That's
Yes, you are American.
We know
I'm
this.
sorry, I'm a defective American.
No, that's
You're
just
fine.
American.
Honestly, you're fine.
All right, shall we hit the first one over the head?
Hello to Twitch as well as the YouTube. There are people over there watching. Say hello, everyone.
Hi, Twitch.
It's always nice to have
Hi,
so many
Twitch.
people. It's the fact
Who
that we now
got?
do.
Cody 88. We got Jonathan Moon.
Yeah, it's I think since we've started doing the dual casting, and I am finding it very useful, and I am going to, when I'm through working on the house, I am going to pay for the upgrade on Restream because it's not that much more a month, and then I'll make it open to you two as well. I've told Drac if he wants it, he can pay for it himself. He has enough. He gets enough. But you two, I'm happy to give to share my license with you and share it with you, so you two can also use Restream if you want to.
Oh, very nice. Excellent. Fantastic.
Also, I'm under orders to say congratulations to Fuamoko. That is my penance for nicking apparently my mum's favourite mug. Or as I call them, since she told me this, the two Dans. We'll leave that to one side. Now, what sort of questions we have today? What are the questions? Let's see. Question Dave Harrison's question number 2. So we've missed Dave Harrison's question number 1. Obviously, it's somewhere. And there's Steve Clarke. Steve Clarke's here. We discussed earlier what Japan would have had to sacrifice to build more escorts. What's the limiting factor for this? Engines? Honestly, the same engines you're putting in the fishing boats. This is why I said they would have to sacrifice. They'd have to use some of the yards which are building fishing boats to build enough escorts. And honestly, you just have to look at the Bathurst class and the Flower class corvettes. They don't have water. They have the engines they're producing locally. The fact that the Bathurst class get the boilers they do is because, well, frankly, the industry that had started producing boilers in Australia started producing them originally for the Navy. And so the boilers they produce are more naval inclined than traditional marine boilers. So, that's why they get the better boilers in the Bathurst. But the trouble is, for the Japanese to do that, A, they're going to have to admit that they need to do that, which is a problem. B, there's going to be a huge fight between them and the army over who's going to control the escorts. And C, the biggest issue probably the issue which will have the most problems long term, is the fact that that's preparing for a longer war than they know they can do. They know if the war goes on any time at all, then America's industrial might will overwhelm them. They're not silly. And honestly, their whole plan is based around not trying to win the war as quickly as possible. And so they're putting any resources you put into a long war, preparing for a long war, are not sensible really for them. Whereas if you consider the British are slightly different, why are the British ordering, at the same time the British ordering Flyer class and Hunt-class escort destroyers? Because if you're a maritime power, a naval power, and your main plan for war is to starve your opponent out by blockading them, that by definition is going to take a long time. So you automatically prepare for the long war. That's the difference. And that's the difference in mentality, really, when it comes to it. The Japanese are at a level of, we know we can't. And we know we can't even... There's no scenario where we can blockade America. So they're going for a quick war, whereas the British are going, well, the world of British Empire, of course we can blockade someone. Our whole plan for war with Japan, blockade them. Our whole plan for a war with Germany, blockade them. Whole plan for a war with Italy, blockade them. Basically, it starts and ends with blockade. Put enough troops with allies to fight. By the way, what was the thing which really crushed the Germans during World War One?
Blockade.
Yeah. Because it's without the resources they can get from the sea and the trade they can do to keep their economy going, they can't sustain it. That's why when people go, oh, well, you see, the Allies never stepped foot on German soil in World War One, so they didn't really defeat them. You go, no, because they didn't need to. Because almost it's the punch that Ali doesn't give Foreman as he's going down. You don't need to do that. We've won already. In fact, here's the other thing. Let's put this another way. The Allies beat Germany without having to step foot on their soil. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's scary. Were the plans for Quinlan finalised before the F-35B was a go? Ooh, no, it's about the same time. Honestly, the F-35B is a very long-running project, as is the Queen Elizabeth class. It's not much difference in it, but yeah. There are interesting points on that one. Dave Harrison, if 3 Italian fast battleships were built in the mid-late 20s, could this have given impetus to retain Tiger rather than Iron Duke as a gunnery trainer with upgrade plan in place?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Fleet? We've been quiet so far.
I'm here. No, I'm here. I'm just, like I say, when I have something to say, I say it. But if I don't have anything to say, I don't say it.
What do you think of this one?
Let me have a nose. I always like to make sure I've got the question fresh in my head because I know what I'm like. I'm awful. Let me have a look. Which one are we on?
Dave Harrison's number 2. If 3 Italian fast battleships were built in the mid-late 1920s, could this have given impetus to retain Tiger rather than Iron Duke as a gunnery trainer with upgrade plan in place just in case they needed it?
The thing you've got to remember is that the Italian fleet is confined to the Mediterranean. Yes, they've built 3 fast battleships. The Royal Navy's going, okay, let us just readjust some strategic calculus, bulk up the Mediterranean fleet a bit, maybe make sure the battlecruiser squadron is available to sort into the Mediterranean rapidly, so aka Renown, Repulse, Hood, if they need them. But apart from that, you don't really need to do anything else to bulk up the Mediterranean fleet. Because... or really bulk up the Royal Navy generally, apart from what the
Well, I'd
RNs
say
doing
that the criteria comes when you start
historically.
thinking about the nightmare scenario of facing Japan and Italy at the same time. So I suppose this comes in the calculus. In 1930s, do you decide to keep Tiger for the gunnery training ship rather than Iron Duke, based on the idea that Tiger's a better prospect for turning into a more useful asset? But you have to remember, Iron Duke's the better asset as a gunnery training vessel.
The thing that I would do is I'd say you wouldn't. I'd say that any money you were putting aside to retain Tiger as a gunnery training ship, with the money put aside to also have a potential upgrade down the line.
You have to remember.
I would.
Historically, they do retain Iron Duke as a gunnery training ship. So all they're saying is instead of retaining Iron Duke, you retain Tiger. So it's not money you're going to save. You can't save this money. It's pretty much the same money either way.
Well, I'd still rather have... Well, personally, I don't think... Well, Tiger's not a viable combatant in the 1940s.
Isn't she?
slapped by anything. But yeah, she gets slapped by any.
What
Like,
are you basing this
even
on?
the Italian rebuilt. Well, put it this way: the only thing she stands a chance of fighting are maybe the Scharnhorst if they're having a bad day. The Congos she can
What?
probably have
Okay,
a one-on-one fight with.
explain this. Why?
The problem with Tiger is that she doesn't. In this particular case, given the scenario we're talking about, these fast Italian battleships will probably be armed with at least 8 15-inch guns, maybe 9. And they'll probably be fast or faster than her, and quite handily able to resist her guns. So, what role does she have? What's she doing? And just let me carry on for a second. If she's being kept so that if she's brought back into service, which won't be a quick process, it's going to take at least 2 to 3 years after the outbreak of a war, assuming dockyard space is even available, which it may not be given how losses may occur, given that the Royal Navy doesn't know what the losses will be in the Second World War. So they have to think about, is there going to be dock space to actually rebuild Tiger? She may be useful in the North Sea to free up Hood or Renan and Repulse to go to the Mediterranean. But you really... That's basically the only reason you'd keep her, is to basically take over the role of being the battle cruiser in the home fleet. To free up the... Because she can't fight anything modern. She can't fight the Scharnhorst. She can't fight the Bismarck. She can't
What
fight...
are you basing that on?
Can I point something out, just a word in edgewise?
Yes.
Every other combatant navy is going to have to treat her as a fully capable battleship, because at the worst case for Tiger, she will absolutely savage somebody's upper works, even if she's lost in the combat. So they're always going to have
I'm not
to
saying.
employ
Oh no, I'm not
shield
saying she's not
combats.
capable. I'm just saying that the only real use case for her in this scenario is in the North Sea,
But
staring at the Germans.
the trouble
She
is,
can't fight the Italian. She can't even fight the Italian rebuilt dreadnoughts, to be blunt.
but she has thicker. Nicest way. You're sitting there going, and she's got thicker and better armor than a Renown did. And she's 29 knots. She does 29 knots with the boiler. She did 29 knots with the thing she had in a period. Her the 13.5-inch guns, like Iron Duke, could be changed. 13.5-inch guns could be quite easily changed for 14-inch because they the same turret slot in the same way. The reason they use for not do it to the Iron Duke is she's not fast enough, so there's no point. So they keep the 13.5s.
The thing is,
but with her that's fast enough, so she could have 8 14-inch guns like on the King George V's quite easily, and still be doing 29, 30 knots.
You can't just swap 13.5s for 14-inch guns. That's not...
You can on the way the Royal Navy... No, the way the Royal Navy designed the turret system, etc., for the 14-inch guns was that as they were originally designed, they could have been slotted into the 13.5-inch gun mounts, barbettes in space. And yes, there is going to be some work in the team, but...
modern 14-inch guns?
Yes, it did.
Well, you know me, Dr. Clarke. I always like to go off worst-case scenario rather than best.
I know, but I was sitting to listening to your thing, and I was sitting going...
At best.
I was sitting there going, well, the trouble is, in this, is Renown is actually a better Tiger's actually a better armor scheme, arguably, than Renown, and it's fitted originally with 9 inches thick belt armor, etc. So,
that's very true.
So
what I would
it's a
like
case
to say
of when you're saying she's going to be quite so bad, I'm sitting there going, I'm not quite sure it works out quite that way.
No. I never said she was bad. I just said she wasn't a modern combatant. This is the thing. She's equivalent to a Congo, and to be blunt, I wouldn't expect a Congo to fight solo anything that wasn't beneath it, which in this case is basically just cruisers. Since anything that's a capital ship of any other sort is above a Congo.
When does the Royal Navy like going around solo, though? When does the Royal Navy like going around solo, though?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, is she's not really what I mean is she's not really a solo counter to any of the things that we're talking about. So the
But
only
the Royal
real
Navy
use
doesn't
she has
operate
is
with
the
their
North
ships in
Sea.
solo.
No, but that's
They always
not,
operate in pairs. They
that's not
operate
what
in
I'm saying.
pairs.
The point I'm saying is for the cost involved of retaining Tiger rather than Iron Duke and then converting. Sorry, I'm not talking about the cost and time in terms of retaining her. I'm talking about bringing her back into service with upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
There's no point. Build something new instead, because you'll only upgrade and bring her back into service when you're fighting a conflict. And at that point, you may as well put down the funds. You may as well expand your shipbuilding program prior to that conflict to build another new class of ship if you can.
Well, you see, the thing is, whilst I would normally agree with you, in the case of Tiger, there is possibly someone who is saying that. No, because one of the things I was reading was, and you'll be getting this book soon, the fact that the Royal Navy actually had the ability to build more turrets in order more turrets in the 1930s than they did, and the reason they didn't was because, and it wasn't due to it was due to the number of hulls which they were being allowed to build modern hulls, because the government was trying to pace them. It wasn't they didn't allow them to max out their orders of hulls, so they actually had fitting yard space, etc., and things in the late 1930s that they could have used, and they could have ordered more turrets. So the thing is that I think. My view is this: if they do it in 1937, then it would have been useful asset. If they had made the decision in 1937, if they'd had Tiger in there as a gunnery training ship, and then in 1937 they go, you know what, we're going to get her back into service, so we'll put the 14-inch guns on her for the KGVs and those things. Then she's a useful asset if she's available in 1939 onwards, 1939, 1940, alongside Renown.
If they're doing that, then if they're doing that, if that's the scenario, then the calculus completely changes. Because at that point, because I've been operating under the assumption that it's a fairly rapid return to service.
No, with, it's basically
slots back in and. But
because
the
timeline I've used is the timeline when they actually considered doing it with Iron Duke, which was 1937. And they decided she was too slow to make it worthwhile.
If it's that kind of rebuild, the calculus completely changes, because you've then basically, if you've got an asset like Tiger, you may as well go all in Congo style. And at that point, you end up with a ship that comes out of the yards doing 30 plus knots with slightly better armor scheme than she went in with, carrying eight of the Royal Navy's modern 14-inch guns, probably with a full dual-purpose secondary battery.
Yeah.
And at that point, you've got a very viable combatant. That is an entirely different kettle of fish.
My thinking was she'd probably come back into service about the same time as HMS Renown, if she goes in 1937, because the idea was that they did consider slipping Iron Duke in at that point, and they just decided she was too slow. She wasn't worthwhile doing. So the thing is, if you have Tiger replace Iron Duke earlier on,
entirely different.
Then that's
entirely different. I was operating under. Sorry, my apologies to everyone who was. So for those who were wondering why I was, going on about Tiger being XYZ, I was operating under the assumption that she was a barely warmed over refit of Tiger, with perhaps
in wartime
to her fire control. No. Yeah, like literally brushed back in 1939. If it's this case, that's entirely different, because they'll probably rework her armor scheme, full dual-purpose battery. Probably not biscuit tin turrets.
I think she would get 4.5s. She'd get 4.5. She'd get Renown. Yeah. She'd get the Renown, same level as Renown. It'd be 4.5s.
Biscuit tins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so and are we just honestly, to save time, you may as well just slap the Royal Navy's twin 14-inch turret in. Just rip out her 13.5-inch.
That's what I would do. Yeah.
Handling that goes with it. At that point, you've got yourself a very attractive looking and very, very powerful ship. In fact, that may allow Hood to go in. Hood may go in for her rebuild as soon as Tiger comes out.
Yes. Because you've got something which can...
that's my
let's be honest,
on that.
Here's the thing as well. Here's a really fun thing. Imagine if that is alongside Renown when she finds Scharnhorst and Gneisenau.
Chandel or Chandel, I don't think the refit will make Tiger a fast battleship. It's not...
No.
It's not like the
She's a battle
where
cruiser.
They're reworking the... Yeah, one word. Yeah, she's a battle cruiser, one word now.
Yeah. And then the Royal Navy have no desire to make her into a fast BB, because that would mean they'd be keeping her speed at 28, 29 knots. and adding in extra subdivision and armor. And the Royal Navy don't really like doing that because they've got Hood, and they know that's not a good option to try and turning a battle cruiser into a battle cruiser, let alone trying to do the whole fast battleship. They're building fast battleships as well, so that's another thing. They don't really need that. They're building the King George V's. They're fast battleships.
Alrighty. I'm gonna
RG.
knock this one over the head and go to the next one.
Okay.
Yes, probably for a good idea.
I just thought it'd be fun to have HMS Tiger taking on, the Littorio class with 14-inch guns.
It would be very fun, but she'd probably get her. Well, in that particular fight, she'd get her tea handed to her in short order because
she would.
It's a Littorio.
But it's the scenario of you just have her and Renown partnering throughout the war, and suddenly that's a very scary twosome going around. Oh, right. Has Bruships seen the Indiana Jones game Bismarck class sliding down a mountain scene?
Now the funny thing about that is I actually have a theory on that. So I've seen the Great Circle, and I've seen the ship in question. And while it looks like a Bismarck-class battleship externally, as in, for the most part from a distance, there are a few things that make me go, you're not quite a Bismarck, are you? For
Is it a
thing,
Hipper?
her twin turrets are far too small. No, it's not a Hipper. She's got the German-style secondaries of twin 150s. So her twin turrets are carrying. carrying guns that are far too small to be 15-inch, but they could be 11-inch. And as we know, the Indiana Jones universe is technically a whole separate world. So it might be that she may be a one-off, like Germany's first attempt. Because it's 1937 when this takes place. So she may have been built as a one-off, so Hitler comes to power and decides he wants a battleship, and the German Navy goes, well, we can't build one like this, like the Scharnhorst, but we can build you this. And she's basically a ship armed with 8 11-inch guns in 4 twin turrets. And it would explain how they were able to build her fairly quickly and have her in commission by 1937. When she gets teleported to the top of a mountain in the Himalayas and gets her, has her fun slide down the side of a mountain.
Why would you teleport a battleship to the top of a mountain in the Himalayas?
Indiana Jones nonsense, don't question it.
Why would you do that to a
seriously,
battleship,
Indiana
even a
Jones
German
nonsense.
one? That's just cruel. Steve Richards, Hosh Hosh as a nickname, Cookie Monster, because she's a Cookie Monster eyes. It was on Dry Dock today.
What?
Thank you, Drac.
Apparently, Drac has given Hosh the nickname Cookie Monster because she has Cookie Monster eyes.
Oh, okay, that's it. Hang on, I've got to go have a look at this. What's he said? Like, I haven't seen the Dry Dock yet. I'm just gonna have to quickly go and have a look at this because what's he said about my favorite ship?
It's okay, Fleet. We all make mistakes in the heat of passion.
You're right. Grumble, 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 grumble.
Michael Couch. If HMS Tiger
retained
instead of Iron Duke, if
Oh no.
the RN decided to refit her back in 37 back to the frontline status, what would the refit look like? Well, as discussed, we would go with they get twin 14s flat in there. I think we pretty much discussed this. Rework the armor, twin 14s.
She might drop down to 6 rather than 8 guns because then that gives you definitely more space to add in AA boilers and those things, and we've already got Renown and Repulse. But you might keep her as an 8-gun ship and just accept that she's only going to do roughly 30 knots rather than 33 knots with the Renowns.
Honestly, given what a lot of the opponents she's expected to fight, I think going down to 6 guns is really not viable. I think 8 14s is going to be needed.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Probably get back a lot of. I think you can get back a lot of the weight you would save by having that turret removed. By basically, I know this is going to sound weird, but you accept a smaller dual-purpose battery than you get on Renown. So instead of Renown's, so you only get 6 guns per side, grouped in 3 turrets, either side of the forward superstructure.
I think you could probably do that.
And it will,
They probably wouldn't be grouped in
And
front
that
of 4
will
to
give
6.
you-
They probably take the place of the casemates along the side.
Well, no. What I mean is, you know how
Yeah.
there's her aft turret, and then there's you know how there's the aft turret, and then there's the
Space,
turret
yeah.
behind it, which is not together. So there wouldn't be any turrets in there. They'd just be all in the.
Oh no,
superstructure
you never
forward.
put any. You never put any
That's what
back
I mean.
there. They just get overwhelmed by firing the main battery. You wouldn't put turrets there.
Yeah.
It's dead space. You
So
might
yeah,
put
that's
some
probably
40
what
mil
you
there,
get.
but that's about it.
You're looking at so as Dr. Clarke has said, about 30 knots, 8 14-inch guns, 6 4.5s per side in 3 biscuit tin turrets per side.
Yeah,
Whatever her light AA fit will be, 40 mil, 20 mil,
it'll be pom
will
poms.
basically vary depend on.
It'll be just be
what the-
octuple pom poms wherever you can fit them. Octuple pom poms everywhere you can fit
Yeah,
them.
and knowing how the RN does do things in the early war, you might also have some rifle caliber machine guns scattered all over the place because they do
Oh,
do that
yeah.
as well, even with some of their
that-
capital ships.
Yeah, maybe she might even have some of those the rocket launchers. Thank you, Pierre Thomas.
Yeah, possibly.
Spent the weekend creating a flowchart of how ship types developed, i.e. from frigate to cruiser. Should I get another hobby? No, I think I have a similar flowchart. It's a fun thing to do. Dave Harrison, having one extra battlecruiser, would that have helped or hindered attempts to get Repulse modernized to Renown 36 rebuilt standard? Well, as we said, probably Hood's on the one who's likely to go into modernization first. But Hood's modernization will be what can we get done in about 9 months. Because as I said before, as I discussed in Tiger, in the video, there's the scenario where if Tiger is modernized, she comes out the same time as Renown, probably gets partnered with her. Would be my suggestion, and then she's going to end up probably dealing with doing something quite nasty, Sharnos nice now. Now, if they get damaged enough, that gives the RN a few months where the Germans don't have a capital ship available, and the Royal Navy will literally everything they can will get done in those 9 months.
Yeah, it's not going to be Repulse though that gets it. Repulse will be kept around to hold the line if things go south and they need a fast ship. It's not going to be Repulse that gets first dibs for upgrades. It's going to be
It'll be Hood. Yeah, it'll be Hood. I wouldn't be surprised if also potentially under that scenario one of the Queen Elizabeths also gets chucked in as well. That's a potential.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
The Q function now works. Woohoo!
Hey!
Hey, that's
It
good.
unborked itself, or Dr. Clarke unborked it.
Hey!
I've just told it to
Huge
clean it. So
success,
I just
gentlemen.
pressed.
We win.
I just left it alone and let it sort itself out. It was just right. It just kept freezing and setting a sort of screen, so I just let it sort itself out. Hello. And please note, I should probably be washing my hands after patting this dog, because the ear stuff has steroids in it, but I think it's a very mild steroid, so I'm just being cautious.
Yeah, you'll be fine, I'm sure.
And
What's the worst?
I mean,
What's the worst that could possibly happen?
I could end up with a hand which goes.
I think there was
Wobble,
a
wobble, wobble, wobble.
Tim Allen movie that detailed the worst that could possibly happen, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, Tim Allen movies are fun. They are fun. Okay.
Yes.
So,
yes, they are.
9681. If the 18-inch 40 Mark 1 guns were in service, wouldn't that make the post-war battleship battlecruiser not be 18-inch guns? Huh?
Well, no, it's important to remind the. Is he talking about the Japanese 18.1-inch guns?
I think he's talking about the British Mark 1 18-inch 40s, which are what were fitted onto Furious. Look, if a
They weren't
battleship...
18.1-inch though, were they? I thought they were.
18, he said
thought they
they're
were 18.
18-inch. They're 18. He said the 18-inch 40s. 40 cals.
Oh,
Look,
okay.
they were cut. They're basically. Please note, and this is a description of their own barrels by their own crews. Those guns were sawn off, so they were the equivalent of a battleship gun shotgun. Now we don't know why they were sawn off or what was the reason for it, but they were cut down.
I
Now,
believe
if
it was
they-
to save. I think from what I've read, it was to save weight to fit them on Furious.
Yes, because
And
they've
because
been
they were
designed for a
envisioned
very
as
different
basically-
hull, hadn't they?
Yeah, yeah.
This
and-
is
and
this is
because
why
also
I
it
think
was
they were
originally not the,
Agincourt was going to be an 18-inch ship, because 18-inch gun battleship, because we've got the 18-inch guns. They just have to be cut down. Why would you have built the 18-inch guns though for something bigger than? Or what's the biggest thing that's cancelled in that period that could have been taking 18-inch guns? It's going to be Agincourt.
I still main I suppose, but it would be, why would you have a one-off ship that?
Because it's
Dreadnought.
a testbed ship.
It's the first ship to have the 18-inch guns.
It's-
With the RN basically using Agincourt as basically, yes, let's stuff all of the things you want to test on this one ship.
in
Fast,
many ways, it
small
would be the
tube
same
boilers
as-
and 18-inch guns. Yes.
It would be the
Fair
same
enough.
thing as like
That
the
would make
Seawolf
sense.
class.
And it would, and
or
also I've just realised they could actually do that.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be the same thing as like this modern day Seawolf class or Zoomwalt class.
Yeah. No, slightly different there, because the Zumwalts and the Seawolves were supposed to be large runs of ships, but the Cold War ended. And,
Yes, it's more like
well,
Dreadnought, where the Royal Navy builds a one-off, technically hiding it near. Technically, at one point, Dreadnought was billed as the third of the Lord Nelsons.
Yeah.
Wait,
So,
Dr.
yeah.
Clarke,
Like,
are you telling me
'cause,
that
like-
the Royal Navy likes to play games with its naming conventions so that people
Yeah.
can't tell what it's actually building?
Yeah. So basically,
Yeah.
Agincourt's not a so Agincourt's not actually the 6th QE. She's just Agincourt, but we call her the 6th QE because that's what the RN was using to hide what she actually.
She was ordered as a... Yes, because, the same organisation which orders the 15-inch guns as the 13.5-inch specials, and the 13.5-inch guns were the 12-inch
It's
advanced.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
really
important to bear-
interested.
It's important to bear in mind though that the RN can do this because they're saying, because if anyone says, but what about getting more 15-inch ships into the battle line? They just point at the eight Revengers currently being built and go, there is
She
our
was.
mass.
This is the other thing. She was ordered at the same time as the Revenges were. She was actually ordered at the same time as the second batch of Revenges were. The RN ordered the sixth
I wonder why
sixth
that
Queen
is.
Elizabeth at the same time as they're ordering the second batch of Revenges. Yeah.
I wonder.
Oh. Can I stop the
wonder
Discord
why
pings? I
they
thought I had
did
stopped the
that.
Discord ping. Thought I had stopped the Discord pings. Oh, there are pings coming through from Discord.
I was about to say something daft like I'm not hearing anything, and I realized, yeah, of course you're not hearing anything. You're not Dr. Clarke. Oh my goodness.
I've got notifications all disabled.
Oh, that's bizarre.
I have disabled
Are
all
you
new
set to
notification
do
sounds.
multiple?
And
That is bizarre.
Set yourself to do not disturb.
I'm invisible.
That doesn't mute
Oh.
pings.
Okay.
Ah.
That just makes it look like you're not online.
Ah.
Ah. Me and Dr. Clarke just casually.
Just casually, quickly changing settings randomly.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
we have
it's
fun here.
my thinking is that the 18-inch were supposed to be 18-inch 42s. Because the Royal Navy's happy with 15-inch 42s fine. So I think 42s far more likely
Yeah,
than
you
14
probably,
would explain
like-
cut off.
the safest bet for having a 18-inch gun is that. That is by far your safest bet.
And then, I think she would have been, because again, when they're putting renowns into free twins, they know they already have we already have, thanks to our project, we already worked out the ideas of putting a vessel into free twin configuration. Okay, that hasn't come up with any other battleship
No.
design. Oh, but if you were thinking about on basically a slightly stretched Queen Elizabeth hull, and you put 3 twin 18-inch guns on it, you could do that. And that would make Agincourt a one-off, but it would also make her a 28-knot, 6 18-inch guns, fast battleship that would have scared the bejesus out of everyone in the world. Because imagine the Americans going, we haven't yet we haven't yet got a 16-inch into service, and you've got what in service?
Yeah, Britain, you've done what now?
Oh.
Do you think that the Admiral carrier conversion gets built if Washington holds off for, say, 2 to 3 years?
I don't think so because they've already got rid of they're getting rid of the Admiral class at that point. Let's say the Admiral class carrier conversion actually is separate to the treaties. If it had been going to happen, they'd have made a decision in 1917. 1917. That's when it made it.
I was just wondering with the research you found that shows that Camel Laird's was the most experienced shipyard in fleet carrier construction, which is why
Yeah.
Ark Royal.
Yeah. They're the specialists in producing the large carriers. They never built one before officially, and then you go, "Why are you guys considered the specialists?" And then you go, "Oh, this is the only project they've worked on which could fit that category." Is back then. Yes, I'll be nice to you, Poodle. Stop licking my hand, and you'll actually make it more doable for me to do this.
You will give me the food, Dr. Clarke.
No,
You
it's not the
cannot
food
resist.
he wants. He wants viewing on the camera.
You will give me the audience retention. Do not
Yeah,
resist.
Basically, as far as the Poodle's concerned, you're all here for him. That's his view.
This is.
Should the poodle get a poodle treat?
The Poodle always thinks he should
Well,
get a
you've
Poodle
said
treat.
it now. You've said it now. The chat's going to explode.
Yeah.
Burn. Do not
So-
burn down the chat room. And we've
Ne-
talked about this.
Next question. Dave Harrison. Rachel Marina's surprise attack on Gibraltar, Alexandria, not viable. What about an attack on the French at Toulon and Mers el-Kabir as an opener for the Italians joining the Battle of France? Toulon's an option, but oh my god, it's got defenses. Toulon and Mers el-Kabir both. Mers el-Kabir less, but Toulon certainly has defenses and could cause trouble. So it would be you could do it. It would be interesting to see how they would what would happen, and also if the French fleet gets severely damaged in that scenario, then that actually might help the Royal Navy out later on with the fall of France. Don't worry. Here we go. He's had the poodle treat. Your questions will get through, Knight. It's just we've been sorting things out.
We're working. You're working on it. We're
We're
doing
working on-
things. Pushing levers.
No,
We are literally.
It gets
It's-
sucked
it-
gets
it's-
sucked into a.
It's all getting stored somewhere. And it started to actually show its time releases and things. Team Looker, I saw some posing in the social media about some sort of British newspaper calling Type 45s a battleship. What we need to educate the said reporter. Look, in the nicest way, it was the Telegraph had copied a article from The Wire which calls the Type 45s a battleships because some people honestly do think warship and battleship are interchangeable phraseologies. Okay? I've had this discussion with people and I just give up. They're just not interested. They're writing what's in front of them, or they're just copying and pasting, and yeah, they don't properly edit these things. They don't give them the time. People like Jamie Seedell are rarer and rarer and rarer in this world, sadly enough, and that affects the world's level of defense debate. Jacob, if I win the lottery, the second thing I'm going to do is finance the doc's research to finally answer this Agincourt question. To be fair, that's actually mine and Drax's research. Both of us are intrigued by it. Both of us want to find this out because both of us
Can
have
I
the same
get
view.
some money as well?
Yeah. If
Can I get some money as well,
if we
please?
manage to find out what Agincourt was going to be armed with, we will be the happiest people known to mankind.
Indeed. 10 out of 10 would Agincourt again.
It's more a thing of it's working out. So if World War I did hold off for a couple of years, how absolutely mucked up are the Germans if the British are still involved on the Entente side? If the Russians haven't managed to piss us off to the point at which we left the Entente, because it was getting close towards the end of in 1914 at points. Yeah. When was the last good procurement period for the Royal Navy?
I'd argue that it was the brief renaissance in the early 70s that was leading to the was it 70s or late 60s that was leading to the CVA-01 program,
Late 60s,
and
yeah.
that was the last good procurement,
Early
and
60s.
that was the last good procurement period before everything went into a slight.
It's gone into a nosedive ever
it was
since,
the
and
last
you'd
good
actually need
Yeah.
to do a lot of work to get it fixed.
It's only gone from a nosedive to a gradual decline recently. It's still in decline, but we are seeing more new hulls laid down for the Royal Navy than we have for decades.
Yeah. We want 8 and we won't wait. Unfortunately, that's why we've got 8 Type 26, I swear. Because someone thought, well, the 8 of that, so we get the 8 again. You just go, well, no, actually, you needed about 16 of them. Chandler. If I recall correctly, in World War II, the US Army had in service the Hispano-Suiza 20mm cannon, while the Navy had the 20mm Oricon. What was the US Navy's assessment of the Hispano-Suiza?
The problem with the Hispano-Suiza, the problem with the Hispano-Suiza is that it doesn't like having lots of rounds put through it, which makes it all right for aircraft use because you're only firing 100 to 200 rounds in any flight, and then you can have a nice maintenance period. Yeah, a Oerlikon would just say, "Feed me ammunition," and put thousands of rounds through the same barrel without complaining.
God bless this.
Pretty much the Sousa is the Sousa is the finer machine. It is slightly more precise at longer range, which you're sort of going to need, and it's slightly quicker on the hairpin trigger, which is useful for an airfight. It is it is lovely, but it is also not what you need if you just want to fill the sky with lead. It's basically, Hispano-Suiza is what you want to use to kill an opponent in an aerial fight. Oricon is what you use if you want to make the sun disappear behind a wall of metal. Desert Foxo, what if the 6Q Elizabeth was armed with 5 quad 11-inch? How would it do do you feel? If it has 5 quad 11-inch, I think that also makes quite a few other navies cry. Because that thing's now carrying 20 11-inch guns. That's now what we call a machine gun battleship. And if you add in the small tube boilers, which they were getting for, and the probable speed of about 28 knots, once you add on Brown Curtis some turbines, yeah, she'd be something people would be honestly very respectful of. Also, there'd be several Americans going, but that's carrying more guns than we are! At which point, there's probably going to be a fight. Or at least there's going to be USS Texas driving into a shipyard and going, give me, I want that. And they're going, what do you mean you want that? I want that, pointing to the whole brochure. Fit them all on. Because the concept of Texas feeling outgunned is just never going to happen.
Fleet, is the Azure Lane Texas as gun happy as we make her out to be?
Yes.
I don't know.
Foxo, Dragon, can you back me up on this? The Azure Lane Texas is absolutely certifiable in terms of her love of guns, right?
Where did I put mine?
Oh, and Kevin Ray and Brad Miller, thank you for becoming supporters in the chat. The system's finally working and telling me these things. It's lovely when it finally does it.
Interesting. Sadly, Cody88, that is not quite true, but I somewhat sympathize in certain contexts.
What context are those?
It delves into modern politics. I don't want to get into that right now.
No, yeah. Yeah, we're not going to do that one. So, what happens if convoys are started earlier or delayed in World War II? They couldn't really be started earlier, considering the Royal Navy pretty much has convoys going almost before war begins. I think if the only way you could get them done earlier is if they had started them before war began. The doggo sounds like sandpaper. Are you licking in front of the mic again? Stop, man. Sorry. I didn't realise he was doing it in front of the mic. He was giving you all... Basically, that's his version of kisses, I'm told, by my mum and sister regularly. That, that's what dogs do when they kiss you, they lick you. So, he was basically saying thank you to everyone for all the poodle treats. But if convoys are delayed in World War II... Honestly, not that much, depending on how far they're delayed by, because the Germans don't have a lot of submarines at the beginning. As long as they get convoys implemented before Norway, they're okay. But they have because the Germans just don't have a lot of submarines available.
Like, the thing is, if you don't get convoys before... Well, the U-boats are bad enough, but if you don't get convoys before Operation Berlin and Scharnhorst and Gneisenau go raiding, those two ships are going to have an absolute field day.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's their dream. That is Scharnhorst and Gneisenau's dream.
Yeah, a load of unprotected
to find an Atlantic full... Yep.
The one thing I would say, if you don't have convoys implemented as early, then you probably have more escorts of things like Glorious and Glorious when she's doing her ASW hunting, which means she might not be damaged. You also have the fact that you're probably going to have more escorts doing things like patrols around Scarpa Flow, and so therefore Royal Oak might not be damaged, and that all then can have a cumulative impact on, I don't know, on Norway, etc. And it might mean that Courageous doesn't get lost as well. Because if you have Glorious and Royal Oak still around, there's an extra capital ship which could be wandering around somewhere, and that's an extra carrier. And if they've got both carriers operating together, then that's going to be... There's going to definitely be some aircraft in the air, and there's going to be an admiral with them who's going to be going... Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, young Captain, why are there no aircraft in the air? And it doesn't matter if someone goes, well, yeah. I have a secret mission which I have not told anyone about, that the first order of the Admiralty has given me that I've got to go and do. It's not written down. It's not come through the chain of command.
No.
Then that ain't happening. I'm Admiral.
Put aircraft up.
Aircraft in air, and we don't start going off doing cowboy missions. Would a Royal Navy? If that mission was going to be improved, it's got to come through the chain of command. Which is why I'm distrustful of that whole thesis, because as cool as it sounds,
no way that was.
If it's not as cool as it sounds, and it does sound cool, and the fact is the Royal Navy has formed with Churchill's particular interesting ideas and ignoring them, quite heavily ignoring them. It's what the Royal Navy tends to do, is ignore his cowboy ideas until they get approved. There's the classic one is
ignore Winston Churchill.
Well, no, the classic one is Cunningham, who he basically gives the instructions to Lumley Lister, and says, Churchill would like a second strike to be launched on the night after Taranto.
I'm sure he would.
But it's all, of course, weather and everything being advisable. And I'm half certain that until after the war, Churchill believed the second strike was actually launched.
Just as a heads up, chat, I'm currently reading as 20 to the hour in my little corner of the planet. I'm going to at least temporarily block off questions at a quarter till the hour, so this way we don't get completely mulched and in
Quick!
here
Buried.
for
Rush questions in
5
now.
hours.
You've got 5 minutes. Charge all the questions in. Charge in lots of questions. Lots and lots of questions. Lots and lots of questions.
Okay.
Black Horse, what happens if someone listens to Drax's advice of letting them actually look at a study the plans of the Long Lance when they got them instead of thinking that they can never make that? The thing is, they actually did look at the plans they got. They actually did look at the plans. They just didn't think the Japanese could actually build them. They didn't think those plans... They looked at the plans, they understood the plans, they just didn't think they could be built. So no case of them going, oh, they can never build this, there's no point looking at this. No, they looked at it, studied it, and concluded, no, Japanese can't build this.
Listen. As an American, I feel I am uniquely equipped to say that American breed stupid is a truly unique breed of stupid. Don't get me wrong. I love my country. I, broadly speaking, love my countrymen. But American breed stupid is a special kind of stupid.
Here, they are fun. RG, Senator Tillman, before his death,
That
gets a
would
book.
be-
Yeah. Tillman gets on his death, gets a book before his death, gets a book on aircraft carriers and insists the Navy adopt a Tillman design into an armoured carrier. And forwarded. How does this go?
Oh, not this.
Well, that basically means that they end up with four Super Lexingtons early on, and that becomes part of the Washington Naval Treaty. In which case, the Royal Navy are allowed to build up to that same level.
Which is a horrifying. The Japanese are sat there going. Well, first of all, they're crying into their hands. Second of all,
I have
I
no
mean,
idea
Japan's
why my
basically gonna sit
poodle's
there and
just
say-
charged upstairs. Yeah, you carry on talking, Fu. I'm just going to see why the poodle's gone upstairs.
I mean,
And now come
Japan is
downstairs.
basically crying into its hands.
Yes.
Yeah, Japan is crying into their hands. And they're basically going to demand... Well, Japan's basically going to say, okay, here's how this is going to go down. We'll let you have all of your carriers and stuff. We want to be able to have an equivalent number of battleships.
Well, the thing
We
is,
will accept not having an equivalent number of carriers, but if you're going to have that many carriers, Japan can either have carriers or battleships in that particular case, given how many carriers you're going to have of how much capability, but not both. So Japan demands we get something that we can have.
I think
aka
I think they get proportional. They get the same tonnage allocated. Because let's be honest, if those four carriers, they're going to be 160,000 tons worth of carrier, and the US Navy's not going to want them to be their only carriers. So they're going to want to have more tonnage than that. So honestly, you're going to get an allowance of four conversions for each navy, and you're going to get a tonnage allowance based on what, 270,000 tons or something, maybe more than, probably about 280,000 tons allocated for each navy for the Royal Navy and the US Navy to work out. Then the Japanese getting a position off that. Royal Navy's probably smoking happy, because let's be honest, you build something the Tillman size as a carrier. Yeah, it's useful. Yes, you've got a massive carrier, but you've stuck a lot of tonnage into it. Whereas you could probably, for the same 160,000 tons, build 5 32,000 ton carriers, and they'd be perfectly good, and might even have better same air group. Especially as it's standard displacement we're talking about.
Yep.
You could end up with a tonnage limitation of the Royal Navy and US Navy both operating off, I don't know, 320,000 tons. The Royal Navy having 10 32,000 ton standard displacement carriers, and the Americans having, well, 9, because they have these 4 40,000 ton monsters. Do you want to back up on the
Oh
lap
my
again?
good lord.
No.
God
want
help
me
us all.
Do you want me to go get your... Is it you want me to go get your jumper?
Give a dog a jumper.
Yeah, I think that's quite. I think it's. I think it's jumper time. Apologies. I will get you your jumper.
Is it jumper time? I think it's jumper time.
There you go. There's
Holy
food.
Jesus. Okay, Michelle, I'll forward that over. We'll just get that out of the way now.
What's the next question? I'm paying attention, but I'm also doing other things at the same time while we're doing Bruships, so you'll have to forgive me for a little bit. Um,
There's a question from Chandelord. I'll let you read it and see if you want to answer it publicly because it's pertaining to
no,
her.
let
Green
me
life.
get to it. Feed emotions. How are you doing since being fired? First of all, I wasn't fired because fired implies you've done something wrong.
Not in America.
I was let go. Well, yes, but in this country, you can't be fired unless you've done something egregious to deserve being fired. I wasn't fired. I was let go because they didn't have a demand for work. Have you managed to get any interest from employers? When someone's at my level, you don't get interest from employers. You send out thousands of CVs every week into the wind and hope you get a reply. And I have not got a reply. Why do you think I'm pushing so hard to grow the channel and get Patreon support? Because it's the only source of regular revenue I have coming in right now. Apart from the good old social safety net here in the UK, which we have.
I have
Marvelous.
this.
Which is
I have
also
noodle,
also helping me keep going.
What's that like?
It's
No,
lovely.
no, American. I'm American. I'm too anti-government for that one.
It's lovely actually having a social safety net that helps you when you're out of work. It's great.
I wonder what that's like. Must be nice.
It's marvelous. It's fantastic. It's brilliant. You can't go wrong with it.
Right. Oh, good lord. Yes, I know. I need there you go. Okay. You're very happy now. You feel happy now. You've got your
Alrighty, now that the good
Cardigan.
doctor is back,
I
let's see,
don't
does he have
putting
his
a
ears
poodle
on?
on cardigan on a
Can't
poodle.
tell. There's a Discord window in the way. He doesn't have his ears on, so
Poodle's
I'll wait
on.
for him to get his ears back on because
Good boy. Stay.
this is a
Right.
question I am not equipped to answer.
Oh, frick it. Oh, frick it. Oh,
Okay, he's got his ears on.
sorry.
Okay, so this is from Michelle2105.
Okay.
Here's a plan for a broadside ironclad turret hybrid. Yellow, orange, red is the amount of armor. Black C is a normal cannon. Green underlined C is a larger turreted cannon. The 4 semi-turret has a 250-degree arc. The central turret has 2 guns with about 125 arc each side. The aft green C is the same gun as the other turrets, but in a protected, not fully armored wide swing at about 150-degree arc mount. The light blue line is the bad weather high watermark. 4 is not a full turret. It is a heavily armored closed barbette. The gun's moved on a full turret swivel, but the barrels stick through a sliding gun shield. Ammo loading is done from the rest of the forecastle? Question mark?
Forecastle,
With 2
yes.
guns each side. If the central turret is a full turret for the time along the lines of USS Monitor and HMS Captain, aft is the open barbette stern chaser, the same gun as the turrets, but in a conventional swivel mount as found on HMS Gannett. This allows for evaluation in a genuine turret B mount, the advanced gun C mount, any mix of conventional and turret A mount. Reason for the complexity, even if all 3 concepts fail, it's still a fairly functional ship with the new trial parts easily removed or modified. Say the large guns are fine, but the turret part that just doesn't work as proven by... I'm missing the question here. Maybe I missed the
It's proven by
question.
C mount. A and B can be retrofitted into C mounts.
It's
All
a
this
question.
time, the rest of the ship was fully proven by the HMS Warrior style ship.
Food, there's a question for you
The
from
thing-
Stafford while I'm trying
the
to figure
thing-
this out.
The thing that gets me
Take care, Shamlord.
is that for
Get to your
any
questions.
for any navy of the time, this is too much ship. It's too much ship with too much at risk. You're talking about a ship that's larger than any other surface combatant of the time by at least 50%, if not more. And you're talking about turrets, which are a very unproven technology, barbettes, which are also incredibly unproven, and, well, sliding mounts are not unproven, but they fire through set gun ports, not through sort of open embrasures. Ammunition handling for the guns is going to be a little bit hard to do. It's got to be a coastal ship because where are you putting the masts and rigging? And where's your bunkerage and water storage? Because yeah, the boilers and the engines are there, but I can't see any room for bunkerage or water storage. And again, I don't know the displacement and the size of the guns, because that will depend entirely on what this ship is and how it develops.
Well, the thing is, it's saying warrior-style ship, so I'm thinking it's a warrior-scale vessel. Is it what is my
whatever turrets you're at that point? Then whatever turrets you're going to be mounting are not going to be carrying anything bigger than maybe an Armstrong. Maybe an Armstrong breech loader, so 8-9-inch muzzle loading rifle equivalent would be what I would say.
Oh God, heavy beast. Sorry, talking to the poodle.
The poodle is revolting.
Yes, rebelling is more usually he prefers.
Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, this is the thing.
It's just, let me put it this way: we've got too much information because we know all the. If you're putting that on a HMS Warrior style hull, it's going to be very, very heavy, and very, very interesting to see how they're doing it. I would say there is a reason why barbettes evolve into turrets rather than coexist on the same ships. There's also a reason why barbettes are sort of appear when they do. Because of trying to get the turret weight, etc., onto a vessel that high up. Again, it's metacentric height. It's all the other things you're dealing with. It's.
Yeah, you're not talking about a barbette forward. What you're describing is a casemate, not a barbette.
Yeah, and I would say also what you've got there also is a. How to put it? The whole reason why Monitor's got a turret made sense was because she was supposed to be fighting in inshore narrow waters where you might not have room to maneuver. So you would turn the gun rather than turning the ship. The whole thing about Warrior, of course, was she would be fighting in the sea where she had enough space to turn the ship. Until you have guns which are of sufficient range that it is easier to turn the gun than turn the ship because you're fighting at sufficient range. The broadside makes sense.
It's not range that's really I get where you're coming from, but it's not range that drives the development of naval turrets. It's
you say size of the gun, I will soon have the argument with you. Because what do the larger guns provide?
No.
What do larger guns provide?
It's not. No, it's not.
What did the larger guns provide?
You didn't.
What did the larger guns provide?
Let me finish.
What did the larger guns provide?
You didn't let me finish.
What did the larger guns
Will
provide?
You let me finish before you. No,
Go
let
on.
me finish, or so help me, I'll come over there and. Thank you.
You'll never get past the poodle.
It's both. Size of gun is a factor, but the main one is basically an idea to basically protect, sort of bring in the armor of ships, try and shorten the citadels of armored ships. So, especially when we come to ocean-going turret ships. And even some of the more coastal turret ships. It's a way to get...
It's all about saving weight, isn't it, Riley?
It's
all about weight of the ship.
Yeah, saving.
And the fact is, the larger guns
weight,
to get the
basically.
longer range way more. And they also become more fragile. So you
Well,
need to protect
range
them,
isn't
which
really a
increases the weight
factor
anyway.
in this period.
You're such a smart poodle
Since
that
battle
you
ranges
realise
haven't
this.
changed since battle range hasn't changed since Nelson's day and won't change until the 1900s.
Battle
So
range is
isn't
changing.
really a factor.
Battle range is changing, and you have to remember it is changing because whilst you have a theoretical range of theoretical, it theoretically stays the same because the range stays the same. But the likelihood of you fighting at maximum range and actually wanting to hit your target at maximum range changes.
I suppose you do have a point there, Dr. Clarke. I will admit. Dr. Clarke has all the
Yes.
points. You understand everything.
No.
Although,
I just in the nicest way. I have been through the. I've been through the crucible of having a master's class, which I was teaching, which was full of people who were serving or ex-forces, civil service, all sorts of things. And in a nice way, when you're teaching roughly 100 of those in a class and about 30 at a time in a seminar group, you learn quick, or you get crushed.
This is unsurprising.
Yeah.
Too late. The American college system already did that for me. And corporate finished it off.
So,
I was gonna say
Knight
public
681.
school system, but then I remembered I was homeschooled.
If Hood had eight 18-inch 40 Mark I guns, how terrified are the US Navy? Look, if the Admiral class had been 18-inch battle cruisers and had been armed with 18-inch guns, then that's going to cause a massive problem, especially at Washington. Because you can overlook Hood being bigger. You can't overlook Hood having 18-inch guns as well. Because whilst on paper, you might go, but my 16-inch guns are just as good as your 18-inch guns. You try explain that to a politician. So what you will probably end up with is a new standard where everyone's allowed 18-inch gun ships as the maximum, or they're allowed to build a certain portion of their battle fleet to 18-inch gun standard. That might be what they do. They might go, right then, you're allowed to build 16 battleships, of which 4 are 18-inch guns ships. Everyone's allowed to have 4 18-inch gun ships. But also, there's no way you're getting 18-inch gun ships with 8 18-inch guns on less than 45,000 tons. So that's going to blow the curve on Washington Treaty so far, it might actually make it impossible for even Germany with the Bismarck to be recovering by that point.
Yep.
But what do you think the USN would feel about this food? No.
Basically the
I'm not talking to you about a food. I'm talking to the poodle. No. Behave.
They're going to come into Washington and basically say, yeah, we need a separate classification, or we're walking. And I'm sorry, but that's basically the long and short of it.
Or you classify all battleships based on Hood. All the capital ships are based on Hood. So they're all 45,000, allowed 45,000 tons of standard up to 18-inch guns, and you're allowed 15 of them for the Royal Navy and US Navy, which is, let's be honest, that's not going to enforce a building holiday at all, because both of them are going to have spare tonnage. Because 15 times 45,000 tons is what? 450 plus 225, 675,000 tons? The Royal Navy, maybe, if they leave all the 12-inch gunships in 12-inch gunships in service, maybe rank in there somewhere there. But they're getting rid of even the 13.5-inch gunships, so there's no way it's going to it's there for long. And then they're building what? Whatever they said, their next ones, the Nelrod equivalents of the 18-inch gunships.
Yep. Those are the options you've got, basically.
Yeah, for the US Navy, it's a no-win situation. There's almost part of me which thinks that if Hood is built like that, it breaks the possibility of a treaty until mid-1920s. No. You were up in my lap. You were fine. You chose to get down. No.
You make your bed now. Now, there.
Good boy.
Words.
Cody 88. If you could build the perfect ship of the line, what would you build?
Depends entirely on the period and what navy I'm building. And what navy we're building it for.
I vote Pennsylvania merely because America.
Because
I would
despite the whole myth that the classic Age of Sail has no innovation in it, that's not true. What the ship of the line is changes.
I'd say a 2-deck
As the
80
Age of
gun
Sail
ship.
goes
If
by.
I could build a 2-deck 80 gun ship, then that doesn't matter pretty much any period in the Age of Sail. That's going to be useful.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's actually a perfect mainline combatant because that
Yeah.
can serve as like it may not be the most powerful ship of the line out there, but you can probably field enough of them to form a decent line of battle.
Yeah, and pretty much it's in some periods that's a second rate, in some periods it's a first rate with 80 guns, but in some periods it's going to be a third rate, and it doesn't matter. And yes, it's not got 3 decks, it's got 2 decks, but that's still perfectly fine and easy enough to maintain. Gives me a good length to beam ratio. So yeah, I'd go with an 80 gun for an 80 gun 2-decker. And if I fill them in enough numbers, yeah, I know how good the 74 is, but I think if you go for the 80, you just have just a tad more advantage. It's just a tad advantageous of it. Senecnera, how would you as the Persian commander fight the Athenians after the 300 battle? Let's be honest, I still have strength in archers. I have a fairly decent cavalry line, or rather chariot line. My infantry
I'm just going to point out this is entirely on you, Dr.
My
Clarke.
infantry
This is outside my wheelhouse.
My infantry, whilst I have the immortals, I don't have enough of them. And the immortals are an interesting organisation because they just always do everything they can to make them look like they're immortal, but actually they die out quite regularly and get killed off quite regularly. So yeah.
Whoops.
How would I fight the Athenians? Quickly. The main advantage the Greeks have is time. If I can get to them more quickly, then I can
take that from them.
Yeah. So I've got to find a way to take the time. I've got to find a way to take their time away from them.
Failing to do that will result in problems.
There is the Battle of Salamis, but if we consider the naval battle, it's fought in a scenario where you can't use your full strength against the Greek line. And honestly, I would have used, in the Battle of Salamis, I would have used my Egyptian contingent rather than sailing them west to try and block the channel. I'd have used them as reinforcements. And I'd have kept them behind the battle line, and then once I brought the battle line in, then brought them through. But the Spartan fleet does its job, and the Athenian fleet does its job in that battle.
As I have been reminded by multiple sources of the exact time elapsed, including the fact that YouTube here on the East Coast is experiencing what we shall term as technical difficulties, you may wish to push the make more money button.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's an 80-minute thing, and I've forgotten to press the button. Yeah, let me press the button now.
It's the second time YouTube has frozen up on my screen.
Oh, what?
Basically, YouTube has a thing. It's amazing. If you forget to press the insert ad button at least once an hour, YouTube, how do I put this? Suddenly starts experiencing difficulties. Yeah. All sorts of issues start turning up. It's amazing.
Yes, and then they all of a sudden start to go away. And it's amazing because, sorry for putting anybody who is not monetized through ads. I do apologize for that. But I have had YouTube freeze up twice
Mhm.
on me. And I'm client side, not server side.
I can't even have ads yet on my channel, Stage Face.
I thought you could get memberships. No, your channel isn't. Okay, yeah.
Nope,
Yeah,
I'm getting there.
Fu needs
I'm
some more
getting there,
subscribers.
we are,
If anyone
we are
would,
on the way.
if Fu can help, it's like
Please
I need
subscribe.
800. I need roughly 850 subscribers in the next 10 days. Actually, less. In the next 9 days, I need to get 850 subscribers to win for my mom to win the bet with my aunt. So please, please.
I am currently.
That's
static
roughly
at,
90 a day I
at
need.
295. Yeah, I am currently static at 295. I need 205 more to get to the first stage of monetization. So please, pretty please. The Railroader stream.
I think we've answered that. Yeah. I think we've answered the
Have we?
Dave Harrison question, because I remember talking about the fact of French attack on Toulon and saying it was, it was possible, but Meza Kabir is weaker than Toulon. If you attack Toulon, you're going to get damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
we answered that one. Yeah, I'm fairly certain a couple of weeks ago.
No, we answered that at the beginning of the session. Blabber Maximus.
Oh, yes, we did.
Thoughts on my submission for the Patreon questions. I don't open Patreon until about 3 days after I've set the questions live, so I can go and see them all in context. Because otherwise, I'd be reading the whole time as they come in for notifications. And yeah, so I haven't looked at yours yet, Black Maximus. And these are suggestions, by the way, for February. If February suggestions are live, you can go and make it live and make the suggestions. And they're going to be live till next Sunday, when I'm going to put them out as start a vote. So the vote is going to start on the 22nd. The vote's going to take us through Christmas, and in the new year we'll be announcing what February's lives are going to be. Nice to hear from. Question 180. If Hood was built from the modified design number 6 with 8 18-inch 40 Mark 1 guns, assuming Prince of Wales gets built with 16-inch or 16.5-inch guns, as treaty limits will be 457. Okay.
What?
Let's try and get the second part of Knight's question. Okay, so
Guns
basically,
Bismarck straight. How quickly does Bismarck need to knock out Hood so she can escape?
Well, the thing is,
look, in a scenario where Hood is built with 18-inch guns, the treaties are going to be massively different. So then, if Prince of Wales does get built with 16.5-inch guns.
I assume just very quickly. I assume that Knight is basically running on the somewhat reasonable assumption that Washington will be basically sort of parodying reality.
Yeah.
Washington is 18, so therefore first London will be 16. As in our timeline, first Washington was 16 and then London was 14.
I understand that,
So
but
Prince
also
of
there's
Wales
the criteria also changes in that what's going to be the tonnage differential of the ships involved. As we already discussed when we talked about,
True.
Hood being an 18-inch gun, it's going to change the Washington Treaty quite dramatically. It's either going to go a thing of where you're allowed a certain number of 18-inch gun ships as part of your overall force, or you're all going to be allowed 18-inch gun ships, but then Hood will be about 45,000 tons in standard and 18-inch guns, at which point that becomes the standard for the Washington Naval Treaty. That's going to change things. That's going to change what Nelson and Rodney look like. That's going to change... Because if Nelson and Rodney can be built to 45,000 ton standard with 18-inch guns, they're going to be very different. And, maybe is the Royal Navy allowed to build 3 or 4 of them? What's going to be the difference? So the problem is, Knight, is you take with that starting point of Hood being that changes so much for the history. That
what is Bismarck? What does she look like? She may not be the same ship we know.
As I often say, with alternate history, there is a limit to how far you can go ahead. And I'd say when you change that, you can basically go to the Washington Naval Treaty and you can try and work through what the Washington Naval Treaty was. But honestly, you then once you're talking about the London Naval Treaty, which is in 1930, you have gone completely into this is my logic train.
It's
and
fiction.
just
it's
follow.
fiction.
It's fiction. And by the time you've got to 1941, 1942,
God help us.
you know, it's fiction. It's
Uh,
gone.
But what I also like to say is, like I know Germany has limitations on what they can build and why, but Bismarck may not be the same ship that we know from history.
Yeah.
She
Because
may
whilst
be
Germany
something
still
radically
faces,
different.
whilst Germany still faces the limitations that of their own infrastructure and how they work it, what do they choose to go to after the 11-inch guns? What do they
15,
choose to go?
as we-
Well, they historically choose to go to 15-inch guns, but you know, if they're in a world with that sort of scenario going on, do they choose
They may
that?
choose. Like I see two options. I see two options. They either go for 16 or 16.5-inch guns, in 4 twins, and Bismarck looks very similar to she does historically, or they basically go, okay, go for broke. They massively up Bismarck's displacement owing to the inefficiencies in her design, and mount 4 triple 15s on her.
But the trouble is, there's a limit to what their yards can actually build. Bismarck is at the limits of what their yards can actually build at that point. So the only way they can go further than Bismarck is they do a massive amount of investment.
I thought they could. I thought the slips that Bismarck and turbits are built on could accommodate ships larger than them.
No, not when they're
Or was
being
that
built.
Actually, just I see. That's the limit.
They're being
So
improved.
actually could.
They're literally. This is what caused a lot of the fun with the German discussion of the slips, because people go, well, they have this slip and this slip, which they're all planning on using, and you're going, yes, and they are working on them as fast as they can. But there's a reason they don't start the building any earlier, and they're not building. They literally, Scharnhorst and Eisenhower, they're building the biggest they can at that time. And then Bismarck and Tirpitz, they're building the biggest they can at that time.
I will point out there is also the fact that Germany may not build capital ships like Bismarck at all. They may go down the idea of we just can't fight the capital ships everyone else has.
Well,
So
Bismarck...
let's build faster capital ships that can outrun the ones they have.
Yeah, because
But
Bismarck
still
is...
powerful enough to deal with the enemy's cruisers.
The thing is, Bismarck is 41,700 tons in standard. The limit was originally 35,000 tons. If the limit's now 45,000 tons, and you've got the King George V's, you've got Nelson and Rodney, whatever they are, and you've got Hood with 18-inch guns, and whatever accommodations we made for them, etc., in the scenario.
The Scharnhorsts will likely be as they are in Drake's Drum, minus the armor. I know that the stats don't work, but basically, you've got 9 11-inch, so instead of the stupid 13.8s that Drake's
They're
Drum
probably
has,
going to have 12 11-inch guns. That's
have-
probably what you have to do, build
Yeah,
Scharnhorst and Eisenhower.
Yeah, 12 11-inch guns, but also they're like I know there's a whole myth about them being battle cruisers or battleships, but they will probably definitely be battle cruisers.
They're always
a
fast
world where
battleships.
there
The
are
only
massive-
person who... Do you know who... I've told you before the story of how they got clearly reclassified and called the Soul Stars.
You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. I mean, they will build them as battle cruisers, one word, because they need the speed. They need to be flat out.
They might.
faster
They actually might actually be battle cruisers. Churchill might actually be right in his statement, because they will need the speed to get away. Because you think about it, if you've got Hood thundering around the world with 18-inch guns and 36 knots, and goodness knows what Nelson and Rodney look like, and whatever comes on with them.
The Bismarcks will. Yeah, the Germans will probably consider building the Bismarcks with 8 16-inch guns or whatever. But honestly, they might go for 8 15s for the simple reason that they want fast battleships that can do 33 knots plus. And the only way to get that with the yards they have is to accept an armament that may be considered anemic by most of the rest of the world's navies. You know, 8 guns.
The other scenario you've got is the Germans might go all in on aircraft carriers. They might decide to go all in on aircraft.
Maybe it's possible.
Let's put it this way: it's the only other option they've got under that scenario is to try and go to out-tech it, because they can't outbuild it with their infrastructure. So they've got to try and out-tech it. And the two options you've got is to go for speed, which let's be honest, with their boilers is going to be complicated as anything and scary as anything, or aircraft and air power, which they've already, their doctrines elsewhere has placed some faith in.
Now, I can see them going for. I think it'll be a mix. So I think
And
with the
at that
Scharnhorst,
point,
they'll go
yeah.
for speed. I think with the Scharnhorst they'll go for speed. With the I think they'll have the Scharnhorst for absolute raw speed, and then they go, all right, we'll have some carriers. But they'll probably end up building. They'll use their smaller, so they won't go for Graf Zeppelin size carriers. They'll go, okay, we need lots of flight decks, but we don't need them to be big. So we'll reserve the big slips for the escorts for the carriers, so the Bismarcks, whatever form they turn out to be, which are not going for straight line speed. And the carriers will probably be somewhere in the range from 15,000 to 20,000 tons. So not the equivalent of what the other great powers are building, but the idea is to use as many German slips as they have, to have as many flight decks as they can have, so that if one of their flight decks goes down, there are others.
Yes, I think that's definitely a possibility.
Alrighty. Black Horse,
So what's next?
do you think that the Lend-Lease Act could have been passed early, like FDR really pushed for it when the British told them in December 1940?
No.
No.
With the whims of U.S. Congress being as they are, no, there's no way. It basically, because it's important to bear in mind that one of the things that requires the Lend-Lease Act to pass is Britain basically giving the Germans a bloody nose. Because that gives the president and the members of Congress in favor of U.S. involvement in world politics enough ammunition to go, Britain is not out, the Germans can be defeated, we can help Britain now, and earn some money while we're doing it.
And it's Kennedy's father who's the most annoying one causing trouble for that. Roosevelt needs to remove him first.
It's not Britain. It's not, oh dear, Britain's going to lose, that makes Lend-Lease passable. In fact, that makes it almost impossible to pass, because they go, what's the point? Britain's going to lose. You have to move to early to mid-41 when it goes, Britain might actually win, which makes Lend-Lease passable.
And I would add, it's basically, how do I put this politely? It's one of the most curious things of history that the two most pro-Nazi Germany people in UK politics, in the UK system at that time, would both get sent away at roughly similar times. It's of course the former King of England, that idiot, and Jack Kennedy's dad.
King Edward VIII King Edward VIII is an interesting character, because there's a lot of debate whether he was pro-fascist or whether he was I just want the British Empire to go back to its own affair. I don't care about Europe.
No, he was that much of. I don't. It doesn't matter what he was. He was the most pro. Some of the stuff he did, some of the stuff that's publicly known he did, is enough to be frankly suspicious. Some of the stuff that was discussed in The Crown has actually been rumoured enough over the years but no one's ever seen any proof, so no one's ever published it, because you can't actually find proof for it. But the guy is a bit of a moron, because he honestly believed he could still be friends with his friends in the German Nazi Party, in the government during the war, and could exchange letters with them via places. And it would be fine. Sure it wouldn't cause trouble. Yeah, no one's going to complain about that.
Any problems whatsoever?
Michael Cooch, how effective would HMS Devastation have been after our 1891 refit? Had war broken out, say, in NFO, how would she have been used?
The refits.
By that
the
point,
refits
she's
on the turreted ironclads in the 8th. Yeah, she's a second-line capital ship.
Yeah.
She's basically held. Basically, if the British needs to send a ship to do the Presence mission, so for example, she's basically forming the battle line wherever the conflict isn't. So let's say if the conflict is in the North Sea, Devastation and the other rebuilt ironclads go to the Mediterranean to replace the up-to-date units of the Mediterranean fleet. If the conflict is in the Mediterranean, Devastation and the other refit ironclads stay at home to be the Channel/Home fleet.
And if you
And
need to
so on
deploy
and so
something
forth.
to the China station, then you'd rather not deploy your first line units out there. You don't really need your first line units to go deal with the Chinese. Then devastation gets sent. Basically, it's for the second line battleship is for sending to spaces where you don't need to send a first line battleship, and when you would rather not send a first line battleship because you'd rather have the first line battleship for your duties. And basically, it's a classic thing of how can we use these old ships? Well, if they're still viable in second line duties, then they're used in second line duties. We have a very different modus operandi since the Cold War of if it's not first line, we don't want it, we can't use it. Whereas in the Royal Navy, if you consider the Royal Navy in the 1950s and etc., and the Royal Navy of World War II and World War One would have quite happily gone, well, yeah, that destroyer, we can't use it for fleet duties anymore. But how does it make for a convoy escort? It's perfectly fine. Excellent. We'll use it for that. It's one of those things, but you need the crew for it, and you need the infrastructure and sustainment behind it. And if you don't have it, then there's no point having those things. But it was the fun thing during the Cold War that they were always complaining they didn't have enough escorts for both the carrier battle groups and operations and convoy escorts. And the reason was, especially towards the end of the Cold War, was because they kept selling off old ships before they needed to. Because they would have been perfect for that role. Because no one wanted to crew and sustain them. And it wasn't just the Royal Navy, it was the US Navy, it was every Navy in West. It's doing the same thing because they're all going, well, war's not going to last more than 45 days before it goes nuclear, so there's no point.
They sigh.
Was there anything that is similar to the hunt for Bismarck in history?
To be...
Oh, no, you two. You was going to say something about a previous question, so carry on. What were you saying?
Well, I will say they had a bit of a point regarding any potential hot conflict not lasting more than 45 days before going nuclear, so that wasn't the point. I mean, I get that. I understand where they're coming from, and why they thought that, given the environment of the Cold War. The problem is that it has had a drastic impact on the post-Cold War environment.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's also had a dramatic effect, I would say, on people's understanding of long-term conflict and long-term conflict management and how you sustain longer-term conflict. I would say that has caused a lot of problems. I would also say a bug guy. Well, there's the hunt for Goeben, but there's also the hunt for the Emden. There's a lot of hunts in history for individual ships. There's the hunt for John Paul Jones at various points in history. So yeah, there are a fair number of hunts like hunting Bismarck.
But what I would point out is that there's not
very
really
few
been
hunts
like the hunt for a full-on capital ship. And the reason this becomes something that happens is basically down to the interwar period. That period where the capital ship decreases in numbers to such an extent that, like, you end up with the capability to have this happen. Basically.
Because let's be honest, if the treaty had been any way less strict, let's say the Royal Navy and the US Navy had been budgeting around 20 ships. And yeah, the Japanese would have been allowed more, but in that scenario, the Royal Navy is, let's say, able to build 7 Nelrods or 7 equivalent Nelrods. Well, they're going to probably build some F3 style and some Nelrod style. There might even be an informal agreement. Okay, we'll build only so many extra 16-inch gun ships to match you, America, and then the rest of them will be 15-inch gun ships. And the Americans go, oh yeah, that's great. We'll agree with that. And so the Royal Navy ends up with 3 F3s and 4 Nelrods. Well, in that scenario, then, in the nicest way, Bismarck gets out, because again, it's the infrastructure limitations of Germany. That doesn't change. That's Treaty of Versailles. The Washington Treaty being anything better for the Royal Navy, London Treaty being anything better for the Royal Navy, doesn't change anything for the Germans. Doesn't change the reality down. And then you have a scenario where Bismarck comes out and it goes, yay, I'm free! And it runs into not just Hood and possibly Prince of Wales, but also probably an F3 going, hello!
I would like to point out quickly that, just while we're on the topic of, this whole interwar period, I must make my preference clear. I have a real soft spot for the Scharnhorsts. Like,
I know.
despite all of the flaws the Germans had, despite all of the flaws that German shipbuilding had, they came out with a pair of inefficient but not completely terrible capital ships. The thing
Yeah.
I don't understand is how they took that and then went and messed up so spectacularly with the Bismarcks.
It's cool.
Because the Bismarck was supposed to be the pride of the German Navy, and you wouldn't want it
no,
to have
no, no.
anything less than the most cutting-edge system, would you?
It's quite simple. Look at Scharnhorst and Gneisenau have a naval architect in charge. Bismarck and Tirpitz have a committee.
Oh,
And that's it.
That's
As
why.
I often tell people, it's not, in the nicest way, the thing is, the ingredients they're putting in there aren't bad, but it's because there's such a big committee and there's such a lot of politics involved in Bismarck. That's why the inefficiencies come in. That's why I say they're not a good design,
So we
because of
should
what the
be-
thing does. It's Scharnhorst and Gneisenau,
So we should be glad that-
yeah.
So we should be glad that Bismarck wasn't designed by an architect, because God knows what they might have come out as if they had been.
If it had been the same team who basically run the Deutschland class construction and then the Scharnhorst, and then been given complete unfettered authority over Bismarck and Tirpitz, one of the interesting things I think you'd end up with is you'd probably end up with a Bismarck which has 9 15-inch guns, because they probably literally would have scaled up the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau.
That would have been that thing is now that ship would have actually been, and because they were the same team that built the Scharnhorsts, Bismarck would actually have been better armored than the Scharnhorsts were. And in fact, given what Bismarcks were meant to do, and the design team that designed the Scharnhorst had basically gave them turtleback because that's what they were familiar with. But I think from what I've read, the design team on the Scharnhorst were toying with the idea of all or nothing, straight, deck on top of belt for the Scharnhorst, but decided against it. They would, but for the Bismarcks, they'll probably go, this ship's going to fight on the open seas, it's not going to be confined to the Baltic or the North Sea. Yeah, all or nothing, let's go.
Yeah.
And at that point,
Oh, face.
armor value goes to the moon!
Yeah, although, as we've said before, the armor quality of the German armor, as it was studied after World War II, the U.S. Navy was not impressed with the quality of German armor construction. They were really their metallurgy was really interesting.
Oh no, I'm not denying that it would be, but I'm also,
By the way,
like to say
again,
that
it was
got
one of
the
those things
whole-
of
you've
it
got
was
the whole idea.
it's quality control which was the problem, and it was quite literally because they were
completely,
trying.
but
I would argue it's probably because they were trying to rush the ship armor through whilst building also the armor for everything else. And the trouble is, ship armor is it requires a lot of fuss over quality because of its thickness. Because of its thickness, because of its size, because of all the things that go into it. You're building. It's not simply scaling up armor as you would apply to a tank or something and going, yeah, this will do for a ship. You have to do a lot of extra work to make that thickness work. And just look at the Japanese. They're really interesting in their capabilities because they make the armor for the Yamamoto's class. And there is a debate as to whether it was actually supposed to be slightly molten inside because that adds a level of elasticity to the armor to absorb the impacts. That's that.
Fleet.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Paul Amos is saying you'll never get anyone hunting for Hosh. Are you just going to let that stand for your?
Well, no. Funnily enough, he's quite right because he's right because Hosh is part of the Marine Nationale. She would be part of their battle line. She wouldn't ever operate independently. She'd be part of a battle squadron and more likely a fleet. So yeah, there would be no one hunting for Hosh.
Avoided on a technicality.
No,
that's
not
interesting.
avoided on a technicality.
That's the Crow. N3, G3 carrier conversions. Well, the G3s might be converted, but the N3s were far too late on the production line. They were never going to be in position to be converted. G3s could have been. But yeah, G3s.
The G3s at least had steel cut. Yeah, the G3s had steel cut and keels laid.
I've done some videos for videos about what the G3 conversions could look like. Some people have very nicely done whole workups of what the designs would look like. And yeah, they would have been interesting carriers. They would have been definitely Lexington equivalent. I think Saratoga equivalent.
If not more powerful.
Well, yeah, because the Royal Navy would have been starting from basically Kiel. So they would have been conversions in there. They would have been conversions in name only. They would have been quite literally conversions in name only. It's basically, we have the engine plant ordered and we have the keel.
Ergo, it is a conversion.
America.
It is a conversion
Congratulations, America.
under the broadest technicality known to mankind.
You've handed us a free win.
Yeah.
You've handed us a free win. Thanks.
Basically, they would be purpose-built aircraft carriers. They would be.
Yep.
So, yeah.
What's the next question?
Channel.
Channel. It's giving us a two-parter. Question 74. You are put in charge of an Imperial task force consisting of a Secular-class Star Destroyer, 2 Allegiance-class Star Destroyers, 6 Imperial Ones, 12 Arquintises-class light cruisers, 4 Ton Falk CVEs, 8 Victory Star Destroyers, 4 Vindicator-class heavy cruisers, 20 Strike-class patrol cruisers, and an equal number of Clarke-class light cruisers on anti-piracy and rebel suppression. What do you do?
Whoa! Okay,
wipe out whole planets.
You've handed me a force that can conquer sectors.
Yeah, that's a sector fleet right there, my guy.
Like that is not an anti-piracy force. That is a that is a force to bring the entire Rebel Alliance to battle in one engagement and crush it utterly.
Let's put it this way: if I'm doing counter piracy and that, then I'm almost at the stage of do I give the pirates some weapons just to be nice? At this point, to justify my sheer existence.
Clarke.
Yeah.
Hey, Dr. Clarke. Do you want to go and kill the Black Sun as an entire organization? Because we can do that now with this.
Yes, we could.
Kill the Black Sun.
I think we could probably go and quite happily conquer a few sections of space and the pirate. Actually, obviously, if we've been given that force, obviously the pirates are being supported by the Hutts, and so we need to take out the Hutts as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, we could actually go and take out the Hutts. We could just go and start a war with the Hutt cartels and take out space. We could just go and do that.
Yeah, nicest way. That force. Yeah, I would. Just think of the amount of ground troops I'd have in that force.
Like a large anti-piracy force would be a Venator and a bunch of escorts. That's a large anti-piracy force.
Yeah.
You've given us a battle fleet, and an extremely large and capable one at that.
Do you see the?
That's
okay.
why Raptor. That's why you've got to have multiple interdiction ships embedded in that force, and you just bait them and ensnare them, and then they have a choice. They can either surrender or die. Like, there's your options.
Do I see the MT-30 superseding the General Electric? So the Rolls-Royce MT-30 superseding the General Electric LM-2500, so it's Marine, Military, and other European agencies. I'm always surprised that they're competing. They're basically in the same area. I'm fairly sure General Electric will produce their new one at certain points. This is what happens, though. It goes in cycles. The General Electric one came out in the started off in the 1960s, and yeah, it's got better. It has got better, and it's got newer versions, and it's all sorts of integrated in all sorts of things, but it is a 60-year-old design. The MT-30 was first run in 2002, developed from the Trent 800. It's fairly well proven. It's a 20-year-old design. You'll probably see that will take its place, and then in about 20 years' time, General Electric will produce their new one. Then that will have its period, and then after that, to be fair, Rolls-Royce and General Electric seem to have, not officially but unofficially, do seem to how do I put this? You produce your engine becomes a reliable older model, then then it goes out, and our engine comes in service, and it does. There is a sort of rise and fall going on with their development patterns.
Yeah. As long as both of those two, as long as this continues, there will be viable gas turbines for military use for basically the infinite future.
Yeah,
as
and
long
I
as these
think,
two,
to be
giants
fair,
continue doing this.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a fair number of navies who are, informally at least, sponsoring that sort of program, because that gives you two sets of production lines
It
and two sets
wouldn't
of development plants.
It would not surprise me
Yeah.
at all.
So yeah, that's part of life. Montana 67. What if
Alrighty.
Germany built a small test carrier before the Grau Zeppelins to work out their doctrine and sort out the kinks of design in Grau Zeppelins before they were built?
Well, you're basically talking about well, the way you do that is that you basically get the Germans that you basically get. Well, I'm going to point out a scenario here, and I think Dr. Clarke will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. The Führer will announce the construction of a large grain carrier for the Germans to to sponsor, food for the world. And unfortunately, the design will encounter a great deal of problems, and the Kriegsmarine will have to take it over. So you don't lose the ship and all the money we've paid for it. Oh, would you look at that? This 15,000-ton bulk hauler just happens to be perfectly arranged to be converted into an aircraft carrier. And of
Wonder how
course,
that
this will happen. This will coincide entirely with the the Anglo-German naval agreement. And what you'll basically get is a very reliable but somewhat slow carrier.
Probably.
So, as in, it'll have
But also, what you'll
merchant-style
get as a result
machinery.
of that is the whole carrier construction program for the Royal Navy won't be paused. Because whilst they might, whilst he might rewrite the fact that the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are battle cruisers rather than fast battleships, Churchill can't write out of existence an aircraft carrier. And it's going to be a case of, we need to have modern aircraft carriers if they have a modern aircraft carrier. Because it's going to be presumed it's going to be effectively used. So yeah, it's probably going to be interesting. The interesting thing is, it probably means that the Illustrious class come into service earlier as a class. Which could mean a carrier available for... Well, it's going to have two potential consequences if everything else stays the same but that carrier comes into service. A, how's that carrier going to be used in Norway? You could theoretically end up with a carrier-on-carrier fight in Norway. Also means unlikely, if the Germans have a carrier, it's unlikely that the British allow a carrier to go off solo. Because their carrier doctrine remembers multiple carriers to engage other carriers.
You're talking about a very simple carrier armed with the catapult the Germans wanted to trial, and capable of about 21 knots on a good day with a following wind. She might have a fairly decent air group, given her size.
Doesn't matter. She's a carrier.
Not gonna be... No. I'm not saying that in anything for or against her. I'm just saying this is what she'll be, just to put people's perspective.
Yes.
In, what she is.
And she'll probably end up getting smashed. If she's involved in Norway, she probably ends up getting smashed.
Yeah, but what I will say is that there is one thing in her favour. She's not using complex German high-pressure machinery, so she'll be very reliable when she's in service. And that may inform German ideas about their carriers in future. It'll be interesting to see.
It's also going to depend on what she does achieve in Norway.
Yeah. Yeah, I will also point out that it'll probably, I guarantee you that the catapults will be looked upon and gone, no. Nope, so much nope. They'll also go BF-109s for carrier use, absolutely not. There will be a whole train of things that will,
take place.
Be put out. Yeah. And the Germans will probably adopt the idea of building...
Add inserted, so I have another hour, so I have it on the air. Yes.
Yeah. You probably won't see Graf Zeppelin style ships. You'll probably see ships of 10 to 15,000 tons being built, and with no recourse because the ship's converted quote unquote from bulk hauler. She won't have the casemates, and the Germans will go, why? Well, I understand why Graf Zeppelin had casemates because she was designed as a quasi-commerce raider, but if the Germans are building this as a test bed carrier, she'll be designed to test carrier operations, so she won't be a commerce raider. And the Germans will go. You might actually see two tranches of German carrier. You might see Graf Zeppelin-style commerce raiding carriers still being built with the catapults, but you might see a German fleet carrier, which is smaller, 10 to 15,000 tons, has no catapults, but is solely dedicated to the idea of being the German carrier aircraft for fleet engagement.
Hmm.
The German carrier, not carrier aircraft, sorry, for fleet engagement.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting thing to see, but also again, it's one of those things of, as I've said before, if the Germans have that, then the British are probably, maybe they still do pause, implacable, and indefatigable, and those sort of things, but the illustriouses will probably still get built.
The illustriouses are not being paused. No
They're
way.
not being paused, and that means. And as I said, the carriers probably stay together, so you might not lose Glorious because she's going to be operating other carriers, and then you also might have a second carrier or a second or even maybe a third carrier at Taranto. And if you have that much increase in naval aviation at Taranto, it's just
whole thing is the most interesting thing about this is if that German carrier does not die in Norway, because if it doesn't die in Norway, they're going to have a lot to learn from it.
Yeah. But it probably comes out with Scharnhorst it may even come out with Scharnhorst and Gneisenau on their trip.
And if it does, then it's going to be interesting. Like, thing is, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau may actually fight Renown, and the reason I say they fight Renown is they fight Renown to buy time for that carrier to break away cleanly before breaking away themselves.
Well, the trouble is, if they actually do that, then the thing is, if they fight Renown, they buy time for what's coming up behind Renown to join the fight. Because remember, they're not just running from Renown. There are things behind Renown coming along.
Oh no, I'm aware, but they don't know that, and they have a carrier behind that can only run away at 20 knots.
The Germans actually, Lutyens does presume that. That's what they presume. They presume that something's behind them. They presume something's behind Renown. So the thing is,
could they? Hang on. What speed could Renown do in the sea state that they were in? What was the pursuit speed?
Her pursuit speed, I think, in that thing was about, I think it was about 30 knots. They were doing.
Yeah. So the thing is, they basically can't play keep away.
No.
Well, that was going to be my other suggestion. They can't play keep away. Like, basically, they either, like, the carrier basically.
But there's also the scenario that from Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, the thing that might come out. If there's a German carrier, the Royal Navy carriers are going to be hunting for the carrier while they're hunting for the carrier with their aircraft and up and hunting for the carrier because they are going to want to kill their counterpart. They could well spot Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. In which case, there could be an airstrike on them earlier on. It changes so much of the history and how the Royal Navy responds.
Yeah.
All right, Black Horse, or no, excuse me, from Steve Clarke. I'm gonna bundle these two together. So
blend them together
quickly. Question 1 for Fleet. Both of these are for Fleet. What could the French have done by the French Admiralty to make the Hoche less visually objectionable? And as a corollary, was the designer of the Hoche certifiably blind?
I can answer the second one. No, he wasn't. And believe it or not, the French, to be fair, the classic of the Hoche, I think, is they have a lot of ideas of what they want to include. And that just is, it's the same as with Bismarck. You have a lot of people with a lot of ideas. They'll get added in, and it looks a mess.
Hoche is the first. Yeah, Hoche is also the first full-size French capital ship they built for 10 years.
Yeah. Je ne colle!
Which I hate.
What do you think happens if Bismarck is able to make it back? Let's move on. What do you think if it happens if Bismarck is able to make it back to a French port? She made it back because the Swordfish never attacked Sheffield, so she did not know the torpedoes did not work.
Yeah. So basically, she makes it back to Brest. She then has to run to what's the French port with the large dry dock?
Narvik. not
Lorient,
Narvik, and Lorient. Yeah. Sorry, no, it's. Oh.
So she has to go to Lorient to repairs, to get repairs.
No,
I
it's
don't know if that's beyond. No, Saint Nazaire.
Saint
She has
Nazaire,
to
yeah.
go to Saint
That's
Nazaire
what I was saying.
to get
No, I
repairs.
said Narvik, and then knew it wasn't Narvik. Was going. It's the other end one, isn't it? Saint Nazaire. Yeah, she has to get to Saint Nazaire. Well, it's already Charnos and Eisenhower on there.
So, no, Charlotte and
They did
Eisenhower are in
that-
Brest because they can be serviced by the dockyards in Brest.
Yeah.
But Bismarck has to go to Saint Nazaire. So she'll go to Brest first, be patched up, then she'll make a fast run, probably at night, to
Saint Nazaire.
Saint Nazaire. She'll go into dry dock there until she's repaired, and then again she'll be part of the whole bombing campaign. But as we've seen with Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, while that bombing campaign is going to hurt, it's unlikely that the RAF will inflict significant damage to halt the repairs or like short of a 1,000,000 to 1 bomb hit. It's unlikely they're going to inflict enough damage to halt the repairs.
I think one thing you are going to find is there's going to be a Royal Navy T. There'll be a Royal Navy T class parked off that port. There'll be a Royal Navy T class parked off that port permanently, and it'll be one of the ones which still is able to fire 10 forward torpedoes.
Yeah, that is true, but I will also point out that the Germans will probably sweep the entrance to the port at any time that Bismarck is due to leave.
I'm sure they'll sweep it, but in the nicest way. If you're firing a salvo of 10 torpedoes, you don't have to be that close in.
You just have to get in the right postcode. You'll hit something.
10 torpedoes, they'll hit something.
But there's also luck here. There's also luck of the draw. Like, what if the T class is withdrawn? Look at the Channel Dash. We know it's possible.
Yes, but see, the thing is, one of the reasons why there weren't submarines employed at that point is because the submarines.
No, what I mean is,
No. There's an interesting reason why the submarines. No, there wasn't a submarine watching Brest.
There was. It had to withdraw to recharge its batteries.
No.
You may want to talk to Drac then, because
I know there's a submarine. I know what he's talking about, but the thing is, it's not what. Oh, how do I put this? So if I'm doing a watch with submarines off Brest rather than an ambush, I don't have one submarine doing it. I have two, don't I? So if something happens, I can withdraw one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Brest was not being watched by the submarines. They were just lying. They were just an ambush. They were being watched by aircraft. It was being left to the Royal Air Force to the watch. Because Coastal Command had been assigned it. Okay?
Okay.
If you're dealing with Bismarck, which has done what it done to Hood, is the Royal Navy going to leave the watch to the Royal Air Force?
Nope.
So what are they going to do? Are they going to leave it to one submarine there, or are they going to have two?
Two. You're probably right there.
So this is the point I make. Yes, you're right that it's a different. It's there as an ambush. It's there as the first line of offense, but it's not there as the watch to give the alert of what's going on. No. That was supposed to be the air patrol.
Yeah.
But in the scenario where you're dealing with Bismarck, which is what it's done to Hood, the Royal Navy's not going to leave it up. Also, the thing is, if they're at Saint Nazaire, that's just about far enough away versus Brest to make even air monitoring more difficult. Because remember, Saint Nazaire is further down the coast, whereas Brest is up here.
Yeah,
from memory.
The whole...
Does that make sense? Because I know what Drac's talking about, but I also know the systems the Royal Navy used. And if you look at the ports which were being watched by Royal Navy submarines when Taranto was being watched by Royal Navy submarines, they always had two U-class sitting outside it. They did everything they could to maintain two U-class sitting there.
Yep.
So that's the difference. Does that make sense, or do I sound like a...
It does. No.
Perfect.
It makes complete sense.
Yeah. And there were legitimate reasons why they did it. It was to save on submarines. But the thing is, because they needed submarines elsewhere, so they're happy to let the aircraft take their own monitoring for them. But the thing is, with Bismarck, they wouldn't have been happy to let the aircraft take over the monitoring.
No.
So we did that one. 96831. If Hood had been built from modified design number 6 with 8-inch guns, how likely is the unit to size the 16-inch 45 is not enough? Okay, for starters, if I don't think they're getting the 18-inch 40. The 40 is a cut-down gun to go on Furious. Okay. So if they're getting, I know we've already discussed this, but if they're getting if the battleship version, it's probably going to be the 42. Okay. Does that mean that how likely is the USN to size a 16-inch 45 is not enough? Well, they were working on a 16-inch 50 already at this point, so they might go with a 16-inch 50. But the 16-inch 45 versus an 18-inch 42 probably isn't enough. Probably is enough.
Redias, I hope I pronounced that correctly over on YouTube. The Air Force had the primary surveillance role of that dock, or of Bismarck.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no, of Sean Olsen Eisenhower.
The subs were the tripwire force. If the Air Force had detected movement of those two vessels, then the subs would be alerted and move into intercept positions.
It was to keep the sub. It was partially also because if you had one sub, you wanted to definitely keep it slightly further back out of the likely sweeping area and sweeping zone and the minefield. So you wanted to keep it in a safe position. So you had the aircraft doing the watch, and they were armed with surface search radar, etc. So they were supposed to see what's going on, but they'd been called off. So the sub had thought it was perfectly safe to go charge its batteries because it needed to charge its batteries anyway. Because they can't sit underwater the whole time, and it doesn't want to too close. But the thing is, if it had got the signal they're coming out, then what's the sub going to do? It's going to go with the charge it has. It's going to get this probably motor in on the surface as close as it can, and then dive so that it can get in position. But because that signal didn't come out, all these things didn't react. Lots of things didn't work that time. It was an absolute muck up of organisation, command and control. Would the Royal Navy have rushed the raid on Saint-Nazaire of Campbelltown if Bismarck had made it to France? Probably. Probably Caddoface. Probably.
You are. Problem is you aren't doing the raid on Saint-Nazaire if Bismarck's there, because the heightened level of security, and also just the flat-out fact Bismarck herself is there,
and it's sitting in the dry dock, which makes the dry dock even more tempting target.
No, it does. But the problem is,
I'm doing it, and my commandos now have a new task to try and board her Bismarck and cause trouble aboard.
It's no longer viable. The sheer level of defensive capability around that ship when she's in dry dock.
Nicest point, the whole thing about the Campbelltown raid was it was all chutzpah and smoke and mirrors. It was all chutzpah and smoke and mirrors. The entire raid was one big. So yeah, if you're prepared to pull it off in the face of that, at no point in their thinking are they thinking they're fighting through the defences. They're all about bluffing their way through the defences.
The problem is that when they're discovered, the response they get, because they are discovered during the raid on Saint-Nazaire. It's basically the sheer response they get. And unfortunately, the response they'll get if Bismarck is there is Campbelltown's not going to reach the gates.
But if Bismarck's in dry dock, what's she on?
Well, she's on blocks.
Can she fire her guns when she's on blocks?
No. I'm not talking about Bismarck. Bismarck's not even remotely part of the defense at this point.
No.
You're gonna have more Schnellboots there than there were historically. You're gonna have more minesweepers. You're gonna have more Luftwaffe squadrons. You're gonna have more of everything.
Yeah, but all those things have to leave.
Not gonna be able to ram the dock.
All those things have to be in position to intercept her. If they're harbour side, they're not going to be able to get into position to stop her before she gets there.
the problem is that Campbelltown is detected long before she reaches the dry dock, historically.
Yeah.
With enough time that if you understand what I mean? Like, it's enough time that
I
if the
do, but
alarm
I
goes
also
off,
I also
Schnell boats could be scrambled to put torpedoes in the water to stop that ship.
Oh, I agree. You are. It'll be an interesting scenario. It'll be an interesting thing. It's going to
I'm not
require
saying
both
they can't
the
do
more
it.
prosper.
But, yeah, I'm not saying that Campbelltown couldn't pull it off. You just have to roll a lot more natural 20s to do it.
I think you actually have to have a bombing raid going on as she's coming in. I think you
Yeah,
have to
that's
time the
probably
bombing.
right.
You have to
Siberian side.
time the bombing raid so there are bombers literally over top bombing everything while she's coming in. I think that's the only option. I think you have to time it so that the bombers are literally overhead dropping bombs as Campbelltown's coming in, because then everyone's preoccupation is going to be mostly on what's dropping down on their heads, not on what's happening out.
Yeah.
Let's take it from. Oh, we've answered that one from Light, haven't we?
Yep, we did. So next question. What is the next MacGuffin?
If the
Cody
screw
88,
breach was
if
made,
the screw breach was made reliable,
I'm sorry, 1750?
how would this change? We're hand waving it. How would this change the various wars? Well, guns get a lot more quickly because you can put a
You
lot
basically
more
made the
powder.
ship of the line obsolete. Because I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but at that point, because you've basically increased the rate of fire of guns to such an insane degree that because the screw breach requires the percussion cap to exist to work.
yeah.
Maybe, but you're increasing rate of fire, but you're not increasing lethality. You need shells for that.
No, if you're increasing rate of fire to such a degree as the screw breach will allow, I think Dr. Clarke will agree with me here. Ships of the line could pound each other into matchwood with that rate of fire. Aggressively quickly.
But that doesn't mean they cease to be there, because nothing else can pound them quite the same. I think what you might get is two-deck ships of the line more common than third rates. I think first rates might really, and three-deckers, etc., might not be the thing that goes with, but I think it might be the two-deckers you get. You know, that two-decker 80 we talked about earlier. And you could possibly, you might see them build...
What's the point?
You might see them try and build the hulls slightly thicker. Because they can build them lower and thicker hulls.
The point of having... Yeah. I mean, frigate actions are going to get very bloody very quickly.
The thing is, you also might get is this is the point to think is you've also got to consider if your guns are that you don't need to pull the gun. You don't necessarily need to pull the gun all the way in to rearm it. You don't need to do that. Reload.
Well, no, you don't. You basically have to stop the gun recoiling a very limited degree.
Yeah.
Like, the only thing you need to do is be able to. I would say you need to be able to swap the gun. No, you don't. You can swap the gun from the rear.
Yeah.
Although what you will have to do is you will have to basically have like very, very weird shells that are basically a cannonball. Although that being said, if you have rear-loading shells, you may have. How would you design a rear-loading shell with the technology of the time?
You don't need to.
That's easy. You can do that.
They already had breech loaders. They just
not
awesome.
Well, screw it.
Yes.
What you'd have to do, what you'd probably do is you'd have your powder be in bags. You'd have to have bagged powder, cotton bags or cotton or silk, but probably powder would have to be bagged because you have to bag. And if you're going to the ball, considering the shapes of balls they order, you probably have. You'd need it would probably be a form of rifling would have to be developed to hold the ball in place. Yeah. Because there's also going to be a problem that if you're firing down at a target, if you're a first rate and you're on the top deck and you're firing down, the ball could roll out. So you're going to have to make sure the gun goes up. You know, have that problem anyway. But yeah, so you're probably going to have to put in wadding. Oh no, if you've got wadding, you maybe don't need the rifling, but you probably do need some form of rifling for it. It'll be really interesting.
Dr. Clarke. Dr. Clarke.
Yeah.
If we're dealing with the guns being percussion capped, just a thought here. Paper cartridge. So cannonball. So ball, thick paper cartridge with the ball secured to the end of the paper cartridge, so it doesn't move.
Yes.
Then you have a copper, so it's not brass, well, a copper or brass, depending on what's more available, rim around the end of the paper cartridge, so not a full end plate, just a rim that holds that whole assembly in place once the breech is closed, and then a percussion cap in the center to set off the black powder.
Could work.
So you don't have to worry about the ball rolling then.
But the thing is, then you're going to get increasingly used to that kind of cartridge shot, and that's going to have huge changes for history going forward. You've basically changed history as we know it completely in terms of gun development.
Oh no! I'm aware, but the question wasn't about what happens with history. It was about, you know.
Yeah. P.A. Thomas, you mentioned
several
several
about
different... You mentioned several different tiers on their reserves in HMS Castle Nigeria. Could you expand on them and give a literature suggestion? Who does what? Okay, so don't think of them as tiers. Think of them as sister organisations. Okay? They're not so much... They basically... Their focus is on who they're recruiting. So the Royal Navy Reserve, as said, mainly recruits people who are former Royal Navy... and focuses on them, and people who are going into the traditional naval service. They will tend to go for people who are also engineering background. Occasionally they will go for merchant in the Royal Navies in Britain. They'll definitely target the merchant sailors and merchant sailors. But you then have the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve. Okay, the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve tends to get people who are hobby sailors and merchant navy officers. Now, there's a reason for this, okay? The RNVR is quite shamelessly targeted as basically being a sailing club, a yacht club. And it works. It's got the facility. They would have a bar. They'd have the facilities. And if you were, let's say, an officer coming off a merchant ship, well, your sailors have the sailors' homes to go to, but usually you have to go find a hotel or find something else. If there's a VR, a Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve base station nearby, you can go there. You can find a shower. You can find decent food, and you can find accommodation probably, because they often have those links and connections. So basically, rather than considering them sort of as tiers of you're in one and then it's better to be in another or anything, think of them as sister organisations, and basically it's like the Royal Navy's gone, right, and we need to get as many people as possible in the reserves. But if we can't, it's not a one-size-fits-all scenario to get the people into the reserves, because, let's be honest, we have to try and tailor ourselves to these groups. And this sort of thing attracts these sort of people, and this sort of thing attracts those sort of people, and we need both, so we're going to get both. Via a volunteer reserve, Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve tended to be very officer-heavy. Very, very officer-heavy. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. R&R tended to be quite NCO heavy. Again, not necessarily a bad thing. Because when you're talking about wartime and expanding in a major war thing, you can use your massive recruitment to get a large number of sailors in. You can recruit them, and that's the easiest tier to fill. And same with junior officers and junior NCOs. You can usually find them quite easily by looking for people with the right educational or work experience background. But senior officers, senior NCOs, people who are lieutenant commander and above, or petty officer and above, they're difficult to find. You need actual naval experience. You need actual experience to really qualify for those. And so, honestly, the Royal Naval Reserve and the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve were shamelessly focused on making sure the Royal Navy had as large a pool of those two groups as physically possible. And it was effective. If you want to add anything, please do. I'm going to go for a quick bio break.
No,
My sister cooks tonight's dinner.
you've done fairly well there, Dr. Clarke.
Press the add button.
I did the ad already but not a while back after 2 hours. There's another question for you.
Yeah, but if you do it before you leave, then this way we can not have to worry about it later.
Okay.
Exactly.
Then
Yes.
I'll do it to give myself another hour. Ay, caramba. There you go.
The line must go up, Dr. Clarke. Don't you know?
Bum beat.
Line must always go up.
Bum beat.
Never down, always up. Only up.
Bum beat.
Always up.
Bum beat.
Okay, for the record, I just think that this is host arrangement syndrome kicking in. I have no idea what Fleet's going on about.
Bum beat. Bum beat.
Yep, host arrangement
Bum
syndrome.
beat.
It finally advanced to the next stage for the man. All right, yeah. Let's see. Jacob, yes, YouTube apparently just gives out ads randomly. So, in addition to having to schedule your own ads, you also have to deal with random ads randomly. So, yeah. Anywho, for those of you that are not stuck in ad apocalypse,
Welcome to the House of Fun. I am the head. Please do not resist. The world is coming to an end.
alrighty. Black Horse is asking, what happens if someone made sure that the Mark 14 torpedo had the proper testing done before the war or shortly into the war? Well, there's probably a number of U.S. Navy submarines that actually make it home from their early patrols.
And there's a lot of Japanese warships that are resting on the bottom of the ocean.
Correct.
A lot
I think
of Japanese
the-
warships.
the general
Seriously, it's-
scholarly, I think the general scholarly consensus is something on the order of a couple of months they shave off. But
Yeah.
really, all it's doing is making an already bad situation worse for the
And
Japanese.
I will point out, that we're talking some very big names here. Like at least 2 of the Congos, at least 1 carrier by the end of 1941 dead, maybe more.
Yeah, so we're not talking small losses, but as Dr. Clarke has pointed out in several things before, it's going to be the cumulative effect of those losses that really starts to stack up, because if you don't have the Congos for Guadalcanal, or you don't have as many Congos available for Guadalcanal, how much does that move the needle? If nothing else, what was it? Sodax showed up for that fight. Are not going to have a peer/near peer threat to deal with in the night. So, yeah, that's a big cumulative effect. And additionally, it's also just going to make a already not great logistics situation for the Imperial Japanese forces even worse, because there's going to be more Marus making as particularly interesting artificial reefs. And it may worsen the already catastrophic fractures between the IJN and the IJA, because the IJN is getting less IJA supplies to their destinations.
It worsens it, but also the IJN has a reason for why. And honestly, they don't start off with the idea, well, we used to get these supplies through, so why are we not getting them now once the Mark 14 is actually made to start working? Black Horse, have you seen Dracon Times Radio History undone by James History? And you should try and be on it, and it will be a lovely video. Well, yeah, I'm always happy to go on these things, but you have to remember...
Where's my invite?
The point I always
Click
make
noises.
is, and a nice way, is Drax a far bigger deal than I am on YouTube. Far bigger deal. And the reason I'm adding in YouTube is
really
because
is.
pretty much he's the bigger deal in pretty much any scenario other than one where people actually require an academic title to talk to them. And there are a few organizations like that. but mainly those are rare and few and far between. And there's a couple which have legitimate reasons for why they do that. It's literally they want a certain level of training in terms of people in handling documents and archive material. But even then, Drac usually gets in because he's done the training himself. A PhD sometimes uses a proof that you've done the training, but he's gone and done the training, so in this way, he's a far bigger deal than we are. The Poodle objects, though, to me saying that anyone's a bigger deal than he is. So please note, whilst Drac is a far bigger deal than I am, the Poodle, of course, is a bigger deal than Drac is. Are you happy with that one? We are happy with that one. Okay.
Out of curiosity, has the Poodle had an opportunity to meet Drac's FRA?
Yes. They are good friends.
Good to know. Stafford Thompson.
They
if
both
Tiger
agree.
Had been
They both believe corgis are too loud.
Fair enough. If Tiger had been refitted, what are the odds of Tiger cubs being produced?
No.
Slim to none.
Slim to none. If Tiger cubs are being produced at any point, they're going to be produced in the run up to World War One when Tiger's being built, because she is, as said, 2.6 million pounds, and a Tiger cub comes in about roughly 1.1 million pounds. So that's the point.
Yeah, when
the Invincible, the often argument used. Yeah. Can I just finish and then I'll let you in? When the often argument used against them is people going, well, the thing is, the Royal Navy said that battle cruisers weren't much more expensive than armored cruisers, so they might as well build a battle cruiser, and that is true. When you talk about the Invincibles, the difference in price between them, they're about roughly 1.5 million. Armored cruiser is roughly 1. No, you're not jumping up on my lap. This is your new thing of trying to get up on my lap by doing this.
Yes, I will. I will jump up on your lap.
Poodle.
You cannot escape, Dr. Clarke.
So it's one thing when it's 1.5 million to 1.1 million. Yeah, it's far. It's you can justify. Well, the level of difference in capability is significant enough to justify the extra 400,000. When it's 2.6 million. You're never going to build enough to be the flagships of the distant stations. You're never going to build enough for that because it's just too big a difference, too big a jump, and that's when it becomes viable to build those cruisers. So basically, it's Queen Mary. That's the other option. It's sort of Queen Mary rather than Tiger. That's the sort of also time you can sort of go. Well, it could be from then on. You could justify building those ships, but not World War II. No. By that point, if they're building them, they're building them because they have decided they can't build capital ships fast enough, and they need something to fill in, probably as the heavy escort for the carrier battle groups in distant areas. New Olympic sport, poodle wrestling. Oh yeah, Tiger Cubs are 9.2-inch gun cruiser. Yeah, it's one of those things of this game. This channel has sort of started developing its own language in a way, which I sometimes worry is going to be exclusionary to people. But there again, if they just search Tiger Cubs in the videos, they will find the video and explain it. Have you heard?
Additionally, I don't think our community is so cloistered as to not answer the question briefly and succinctly.
Yeah.
With a minimum of teasing.
I'm hoping.
Unless
not.
it is why does Fleet love Hosh? And then in which case
that's usually a verbose and long answer from many, many people.
Yeah.
In fact, please do put your theories as to why Fleet loves Hosh into the chat now, because in both YouTube and Twitch, we need to know what are your theories for why Fleet loves the Hosh.
Well, no theory. I've answered the question already.
Yes, but do people believe that answer? Yes, fresh bottle of Iron Brew. Black Horse, have you heard about the 1942 book that John Parsha is publishing next year? I have heard something's coming, and I'm hoping to get to review it.
Lovely.
And if I get sent 2 copies by mistake, I know where the second one goes. Speaking of which, the post is supposed to arrive you. It's supposed to arrive you in a day's time. Apparently, I put it in first class, and it's supposed to arrive you. If I am slightly worried because I posted it from Cornwall. But we're hoping to get it right.
Blackburn Maximus. If Canada had continued with the Naval Service Act, how would this affect World War One, especially if Canada builds some of the cruisers and destroyers?
I
There's
don't
more.
know the exact specifics of the act, so I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Alexander Clarke, naval historian, all-round handsome man, and genius.
And currently a slave to a standard poodle with a sweater.
Yes. Basically a bed to a standard poodle with a sweater. He's feeling slightly ignored because, you know, the girls went out. My sister's got a friend here, so my mum and sister went out, and he had to stay with his brother and look after his brother instead of being in here all day, and he feels that was rude and cruel and unusual punishment. And also that door's going, so, you know, he's going to have a normal door, so he's not going to be able to stare out at the cat this whole time. But anyway, if the Naval Service Act continues in Canada and they actually build some cruisers and destroyers, then Canada has a more well-rounded navy for World War One. They probably provide more escorts and they have more cruisers for various things. Maybe there's another cruiser at the Battle of Coronel, but it's honestly, it's just going to, considering the preponderance of cruisers and destroyers which the Royal Navy already has in World War One versus the Axis forces, versus the you know, Germany and Austria-Hungary, it's just adding more to the wealth. You know, this is the point I made. If you go back to the Jutland building the fleets of Jutland video, which I did in the channel, when you look at how much the Germans have sacrificed in order to get the top line efforts, the capital ships, the battleships and the battle cruisers built, how much of the rest of the fleet they've hollowed out. The size of the boats they're using for the vessels they're using as destroyer in a destroyer role, the torpedo boat, and you know those things. How much of the fleet they've hauled out, how few cruisers they've actually built, how few. You start to realise that literally the Germans mortgaged everything on trying to compete with the Royal Navy on the dreadnought construction, on the battlecruiser construction, and lost still on that. And then the reason why Jutland should have gone the way it did, and I know Drax done a video recently about this, and it was an interesting one with, I think, Rear Admiral Perry, chatting away. And yeah, it's a case of, realistically, Jutland should have been the way it should have been, not just because of the top line force advantage the Royal Navy has in dreadnoughts, etc., and things, you know, but because the sheer weight of smaller forces they have. The sheer weight of destroyers, the sheer weight of cruisers they have there. When you look at the size of the fleets that are engaging, the Germans don't stand a chance, realistically.
Yep.
It should have been. It's down to poor communication and other things that things go wrong. But, you know, Jutland is. Yeah. What is the most capable? What is the most capable ship that you find aesthetically horrid? I think we've done this before.
I think this was up here last week.
And I think I said the square
Definitely
things.
not the host.
I think it was I went with the Spanish designed LHDs, that are the Canberras as well, and the Turkish ships.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, LHDs. Yes. I mean, they are. Hang on, it's all right. Fleet's having a moment. Brain not working.
They are LHDs. They do have a dock facility. They have a helicopter pad. They are LHDs.
I think my submission was the CVNs.
Yeah.
Or CGNs, excuse me.
Because of their squareness. Bomio boy, how would Jutland go if the armored cruiser screen was supplemented, replaced by Tiger Cubs? I think I discussed that in the Tiger Club video. I think I did there's a whole section in Tiger Cub video about what happens if the Tiger Cubs are there. And the thing is, it all starts back at Dogger Bank. Because with Dogger Bank, with those things there, in a nice way, Blucher is mincemeat. But also, so are a few other ships, because the structure changes. And one of the problems you have is that the Rear Admiral there, he doesn't know what to do. But if you have a second Vice Admiral there, which you would, if you have a squadron of Tiger Cubs there, they're going to have a Vice Admiral in command. Yes, he might be junior to Beatty, but he's still going to be a vice admiral, and he's still going to have a vice admiral's ego. And oh, Beatty's withdrawn. Okay, that puts me in charge until he's back in his ship. Okay, you follow my orders now because I'm a vice admiral. It's not going to be a case of the rear admiral going, "Am I in charge? What do I do? Do I follow his last orders or these things?" Because I'm technically his junior, so I'm technically supposed to follow his orders, but he cannot give orders now because he's changing ships. Well, what do I do? A vice admiral there is not going to have the same dilemma. A vice admiral is going to go, "I'm a vice admiral."
Okay, I see somebody who I have to do this to. Ta-da!
What did you do?
Somebody
Did you send him
joined.
to the
and
Shadow Realm?
No, somebody joined, and because we don't have onboarding automation set up yet, they can type in the Q&A questions chat, which I don't want them to be able to do because it short circuits things. So
How does my server have onboarding set up and Dr. Clarke doesn't?
Because you gave me far more control over your server than Dr. Clarke has, and that's understandable. And I haven't had a conversation with Dr. Clarke about setting up automated onboarding.
Give this man the power.
That's his decision. Not
I probably
mine
will
or
do.
yours, frankly.
I probably will give her the power.
Oh no, it's not mine. It's not mine, but I am going to continue to pest him until he does.
You forget, I get pestered by a poodle all day. If I don't empty out a biscuit box to him every 5 minutes in the nicest way, you think
has power?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you seen the poodle?
a nice way? He's the thing that can get up to where I sleep and jump on me while I'm sleeping and go hello. You can't do that. But yeah, go see the Tiger Cubs video. You'll find everything in there, especially in the long patrol. Blackburn Maximus, I've heard about the possibility of a Minecraft server. What will it be, and how will Runon be chained to it? There are good ideas going on about this. It's going to be a ship-shaped server if it happens, and you'll be glad to know that now it's not just me who's thinking about it and Drac who's thinking about it, but Garius has also got ideas for it. It's going to be fun.
Good.
I am not involved in this, and Ruinon can take shelter in my server if it happens.
Oh no, Fleet's going to be there
it.
because Dragon and Fox have already signed you up to it.
They don't have power over me. I have power over them.
You want to bet?
Foxo, Dragon, Fleet's just claimed he has power over you. Just saying as you're in the chat. Please, you feel free to free to explain it to him.
I know what they do at night.
And
They're in a
relationship.
They're in a consensual, happy relationship. What's your problem with it? Are you prudish?
What do you mean this is what do you mean this is the 19th century and I can't shame them for being out of marriage?
No, you can't.
In the nicest way, you know.
To be fair, the whole reason for me doing that was to lead up to that joke, and I'm very glad the payoff was there.
In the nicest
Please
way,
do comments in the chat if you didn't find that funny.
Dr. Clarke, come on!
In the nicest way, there were a large number of people who were finding in the historical record from that time period who were lifelong roommates.
Yes.
Yes.
And this was known.
Although in my family we never bothered to hide. We never bothered to do that. It's well known in our family exactly who was who and what they were, and some of them even decided to have children.
Yes, but the slight problem with your family is that if anybody decided to make an issue of it, they would have to deal with your family.
Yes, who have a strict rule of we don't care.
Melanie says it was 100% funny. I win.
And they were roommates.
Yeah.
No, funny thing is, John C. says Ramblings is going to be chaotic. No, it's not, because the chieftain's coming on. Therefore, calm will prevail. No, seriously.
You forget. I will quite happily. I will quite happily incent the chieftain to join in on this.
You wouldn't dare.
You want to bet?
You know what really rots?
No, I don't want to bet, but I'm gonna.
Okay, first off, if you think Chieftain is not willing to stir the pot when it suits him, have you met anyone from the United States Armed Forces?
I have met Now listen here. Look, I choose to supplement reality with my own reality, and my reality says X, Y, Z.
You're not supplementing at this point. You're completely supplanting. But okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so Bowmill Boy, why aren't ocean surveillance ships armed escorted? It depends what they are, what they're doing. If they're surtask vessels, they're supposed to be far enough back from the fighting line and the area of fighting that they aren't really don't need to be armed. And they're supposed to be far, but they are going to be, for you to reach them, you're going to have to get through several layers of protection. But in reality, there's also, how do I put this politely? If they think there's a high enough threat to them, they will get an escort very quickly. And don't think if you the normal idea was, if in doubt, the Russians might send a submarine after them to try and sneak after them and try and gun them down that way. There was always something nearby that if a submarine decided to go after them, it would not end well for the submarine, is how I understood it. Is there any change to Jutland that really affects the time the war ends to be earlier? Yes, if the German fleet is annihilated and the Royal Navy can therefore start pushing into the Baltic and can block off the trade with... You are not getting up here again. You keep getting down and getting up.
Suddenly, the Baltic plan becomes a realistic proposal that can actually be accomplished.
Not realistically of doing an amphibious assault or probably anything like that, although they might threaten that. No, we're talking more about a case of blocking off the trade from Sweden. And if you can blockade that, yes, if you can blockade the trade from Sweden, if you can wander along the German coast and cause trouble, then you'll be amazed at how quickly Germany will collapse. Because Germany can't afford to put a garrison on the coast and carry out and fight the war on the front, the eastern and western front, especially if it takes place during Jutland, after Jutland, because there's also the possibility that Russia doesn't collapse then.
Yep.
Knight, I just would like to remind you that tomorrow is the day that I spend a lot of time chasing paper, which means I always have an internet connection. And monitoring chat does not take as much of my brain power as you may think it does. You may interpret that however you wish.
Drac does have a deer hound, right? Yes, he does. Jonathan Moon. Drac does have a deer hound. But although I would also say, Jonathan Moon does have a suggestion on Twitch for what exactly did cause Fleet's love of Hosh. Dropped on the head as a kid and LASIK gone wrong.
Now listen here. I take offense to that statement.
Yeah.
You like Hosh? You're permitted to take offense still?
I'm just surprised they Jonathan only put dropped on the head once. I'd have thought at least multiple times.
I like backwards 3 times and got shot through the head 3 times.
Bugger8829,
what she represents.
Okay. What do you think of a 4 battlecruiser limit on top of 15 battleship limit in the Washington Treaty for the US and Royal Navy? It would be a 5 ship limit. It would be worked out in 5s. But yeah, if they had a 5 ship battlecruiser limit, because they're working out, so let's say you're allowed 15 battleships and 5 battlecruisers, then it would work down from there. It would also be the easiest way to get the Japanese to give up some of their Congos. Because they'd have to. Because you think about it, you work out the tonnage. There again, they might not. Because if you're working out the limits there, the Tiger's 28,000 tons and she's 28,500 tons, and she's heavier than the Congos. So theoretically, if they've got 105,000 ton limit for their Congos, if they get free. If they're allowed 3 to the 5, then it's gonna be tight. I don't think you can get 4 Congos for 105,000 tons from memory. But for the Royal Navy, it would be a case of Hood counts towards this limit, does she? Okay, then we have and Tiger, so we can build a fifth. Definitely build a fifth one. You've got 35,000 tons to your limit. You've got 2 which are lighter than Tiger. Yeah, it's gonna work well. It's gonna work. It's gonna work efficiently. Be interesting. It would be interesting. I think the USN might not be happy with getting 5 Lexingtons, because they get 5 Lexingtons and then they've got to work out what they're going to do for aircraft carrier conversions.
Dr. Clarke, I have
Yes.
a favour to ask.
Yes.
I didn't think about this beforehand, but I just realised it would be funny if it happened.
Yeah?
Might you exert some influence, to quote Londo Malari? Yeah, if any of you know Babylon, if only you watch Babylon 5, you know who I'm referring to.
Yes.
Exert some influence through Mrs. Drac on Drac to possibly make him appear tomorrow on Ramblings, because you, Drac, myself, and the Chieftain, that will be a hilarious Ramblings.
No, I just ask Rack, which is what I'll do. I don't tend to manage people through their significant others unless I have to. There is one particular naval officer in the US Navy who I do that, but you know.
You told me that's
No,
the best way to use.
The best way is
You
the best
told
way.
me that's the best way to use leave.
That is the best way to remind him of things when you're booking things a long time in advance, is make sure it's in Mrs. Drack's diary. Because Drac gets so busy, he forgets. But also make sure he's programmed his AI with it. You have that choice. But yeah, it's
Oh, that's very funny.
it's the joys of life, you know, on these things.
Indeed.
Drac gets very, very busy.
He does.
Okay,
He's a busy
night,
man.
Stop.
night,
Okay.
buddy.
Leave.
I'm gonna give you a pro tip in life. Don't take yourself too seriously. Don't take anybody too seriously. I'm meaning it mostly in jest most of the time.
Night, dude. Night, seriously. You need to take a chill pill most of the time, my guy. You take a lot of things way too seriously.
It's either that or police your words more closely, because when you say things like be scared, either I'm going to take it mildly in jest and come right back at you with it, or I'm going to assume that you're
What happened?
serious and come right back at you with it.
Either way, he's
Yeah.
gonna come right back at you with it.
Yeah. So just don't. Just don't.
All right. God Emperor David Rumsfeld, continuing to make my life far more interesting than I care for it to be. Yes, there is a rune on treat functionality that has been built for Powder Monkey. I do not remember if I have pushed it to this current iteration of Powder Monkey. And alongside of that, I need to implement link trees for the 2 fine gentlemen that I find myself talking with this evening, so that if we need to signal boost Fleet, or if we need to signal boost Dr. Clarke for some reason, we can do so in a simple 1-line command that shows all of their various "you can find me here" links, e.g. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, that kind of thing. And I do not care that it is technically called X. I will forever and always call it Twitter. Sue me.
Likewise.
Ditto. I've been calling it Twitter for the last 20 odd years of my life. I'm not. For me to change now is going to require a lot of effort. Now, Black Horse, do you think there was any possibility the nukes were not dropped on Japan, instead the US had to invade? If the nukes had failed their testing and failed their development, then they would have had to invade. But the nukes very quickly became the front line of it.
Yeah, if the nukes work, they're used. Simple as that. Because it saves lives on all sides.
I can actually confirm with Runon that Foxo Treat and Dragon Treat are both things that are coming for Fleet server, because Fleet Runon realizes how much Fleet cares for the people who work with him. So yes, there is Foxo Treat and Dragon Treat.
You two will need to let me know what you want as part of that, and Fleet will have to approve it.
I'm sure Fleet already asked for it, because Fleet's a
whatever-
caring
whatever
caring
it is,
person.
Whatever it is, I approve of it in order to lessen the amount of pain I get from those two.
And I'm happy for it to be here as well. I'm happy for there to be treats arranged for any of the admins on the channel because they all work so blooming hard. Seriously, the Historiathon couldn't have taken place out of them.
My treats will be... Yeah, my treat will be Drac appearing tomorrow. Please, Dr. Clarke, make it happen. I believe.
Your treat will be your treat will be I will eventually set up a fleet emoji in my system of emojis if I have enough subscribers on YouTube, subscribers and followers on YouTube, which will be Hosh.
I'm sorry, Dr. Yeah, no, Dr. Clarke, no, not Hosh. I have something else. The only sticker / emoji I ever got in the dry dock. I'm sorry, but I need one thing.
What?
Only one thing. Jeff.
Dr. Clarke?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's in the DMs. I need Jeff.
Dr. Clarke, my
good lord.
Driver Jeff.
A Hosh-based fleet emoji or a fleet-based channel emoji is a artisanal rendition of Hosh that has been so graciously done by two of our community members. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Petchington, are you here? Duke of Petchington. Because ask Duke of Petchington, he will tell you what Jeff is and why Jeff is important. To give him his full title, Driver Jeff, the first man to go 85 miles an hour.
Hey, Petch. Would you like to see that on the channel in honor of Fleet?
Jeff.
Or would you like to see Soul's rendition of Hosh on the channel?
Petch is going to say Jeff. Petch is going to say Jeff. Considering he's the one who created Jeff.
Foxo has put money towards it being Shipgirl Hoshart.
Yep.
No, it must be Jeff.
The contract has been signed. Let's do it.
Yeah,
it must be Jeff.
There's £5 come towards us. You know, this is a bidding war, and so far Foxo's in the front.
Dr. Clarke, I know that, like, you know, that's the whole questions channel for Bruships.
Yeah.
Please, can I have to post Jeff so people know what Jeff is?
Yes, they can do, but in that regard, Runon, can you also put the fleet of the Hosh girls so people realise what they're voting between, and then we'll put a vote up if you don't mind in both the YouTube and the Twitch, if possible.
I can dig that out.
And yeah.
Jeff! Fleet's very happy.
Yep, very, very happy. Stafford's are supporting Foxo. There's lots of people supporting Foxo.
But
On this
Jeff!
one. Black Horse, was the Hunt class really originally badly designed, like Ocean Line Design said, in that they made a math mistake on the amount of weight underwater versus above water? There is a math mistake in them, and I have been meaning to go back and do a tech video about this, because they did a scaling issue, and the scaling issue is when you're scaling down versus scaling up, okay? They scale down certain things for the Hunt class, and they make a mistake. Host Ship Girl is getting a lot of support. There's a lot of actual financial support coming in for the Host Ship Girl.
I have noticed this.
Yeah.
All right, it's now going up, and now we're going to have
Dan Friedman. Oh,
yeah.
No. Dan, come on! No.
Okay.
No.
So yes, there was an actual problem in the Hunt class due to mathematics, but it was fixed quite quickly. But one of the problems was you have so many ship designs going through.
Oh god, there's Hosh. I can see
you have so many
it right
things.
there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
How do you start a poll in YouTube chat? Can I do that?
I never asked for
if you
this.
do the one on Twitter, I'll do the one on YouTube.
I've got the one set up on Twitter. Paul's going for host ship girl art. Wow, there's actually a fair bit of change. I count about what, $20, $30 now.
Yeah, and there's several people using their membership vote, membership,
Membership
Jeff.
re-up vote.
yeah, to push it as
Oh
well.
my god, Jeff. Oh no, Jeff has. Oh my god, Jeff has barely any votes. No. Oh. Jeff.
Oh, yeah, the votes on the
Jeff.
oh, good lord, the votes on Twitch are literally 22, 25, all for Hosh. Every single vote is for Hosh.
No, Jeff.
None for Jeff at
Jeff.
all.
Where can I see Jeff? Jeff is currently on screen right now at the top. Driver Jeff, the steam engine driver. He's at the top of the Discord chat on stream.
Yeah,
on
but
screen right now.
there are 50 votes in on the Twitch poll, and they're all for Hosh. Every single one.
But Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff appears to be losing out. And
Oh.
there are actually some votes for Jeff on the YouTube. There are some votes. But there've actually been less votes cast somehow on YouTube than Twitch. And Jeff is still losing.
Some people know that.
Some people I think are flipping over the vote in both places.
Duke of Peshington, we have to explain Jeff. We have to explain Jeff. You have to make the people believe in Jeff Peshington. You created Jeff. You have to explain him. You have to explain why Jeff matters. Come on, Petch, it's up to you.
I think it's
You have
also
to
the
explain
quality
to
of
YouTube chat
the
why
quality
Jeff
of
matters.
there's also the quality of Soul's art here, and Soul's art is really, really good. Soul Drew has done a really nice painting. Black Horse, could they have decided to turn Warspite into a museum ship after she ran aground off Cornwall? Do you think she would have cooperated with the salvage? Yes. I think she picked where she wanted to have her museum. That's it. I've said it before. I think she picked where she wanted to be.
Dean Gustaffer says, true men of culture showing their colours here for Jeff. Yes, you, my friend, get a cookie.
I am no man.
Right.
Not you.
I will be ending the votes in 5,
Desert,
4, 3,
Desert Fox
2,
my
1. Okay. I'm waiting for that to show up on screen.
You
and then...
fools! You incredible fools! Don't you understand this is all part of my master plan to get people to vote for something involving Hosh? Fleet still wins!
No, we were already going to use the host ship girl, so in nicest way you never want us to stop trying to rewrite history.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I can rewrite history.
Fleet, let's put it this way. Your longest lasting impact on this channel could very well be a well-endowed ship waifu.
I didn't even ask for this. It's not even something I can take credit for.
And yet,
Desert Foxo,
You're
wait,
getting-
whoa. Dragon is building a harem? You're not going for monogamy? Holy MacGuffin. I'm glad I saved myself from actually doing a linguistics moment there. But...
At a certain point, you know, if you get... If Foxo's beating you up, me and Dragon will not protect you. We will just let her do it.
I'm going... I'll go up to stick with Chair.
You think
can
Chair's
confirm
going to
that.
protect you from Foxo?
No, but I can get on the foot plate and she can't catch us when we're steaming up and down the North Yorkshire Moors Railway.
Yeah, eventually they need no more coal. They need to stop for coal and water. That's the thing with a steam train.
At any rate, Stafford Thompson was their Chinley moment of creating a new stamp, Frantic, for naval procurement.
What?
So
not
the
really.
story is, and I think this was Chinley, there was a priority. There's like a 3-tier priority system in U.S. Navy procurement or development, and Chinley, because he was tired of his stuff continuously getting sidelined, created a new one called, presumably, Frantic. And nobody knew that this wasn't actually a sanctioned priority system. So they immediately put everything to the top of the tree that had his frantic stamp on it.
Mm-hmm.
It was the essentially the equivalent of somebody at work bringing me a container of white cheddar Cheez-Its and then asking me to do something.
Yeah. It's going to get done. Yeah. Foxo, just remember, the British police are currently doing interesting things for Twitter messages. I would watch YouTube ones as well.
Fox Dragon, it was 100% for Hosh.
Mm-hmm. On Twitch.
We will ignore the fact that on Twitch. We will ignore the fact that it was stacked harder than a.
It was about
Soviet
70
bloc
votes for for Hosh, I think. The end.
Yeah, but it was still 100%. Not a single person showed up on Twitch and voted for Jeff. Not a single one.
Could the Chan subclass of town class hit 30 plus knots if fitted with completely oiled boilers? Potentially. Potentially, you're gonna also have to do some work on strengthening their framing and bow edge, but you can probably do that because they're small enough. If you've got the right type of boilers and the right type of turbines, you could do it. Buggo Design, do you see anything like the Somewhat class trying to replace the battleship in Modern Warfare? Honestly, that's going to depend on how railguns develop. That is going to depend on how railguns develop.
100. There were 100 total votes. However, as you may have detected, voting fraud was enabled, and it was quite cheap. I probably should have put it up higher because I have 102,000 channel points, and I have no idea what to do with them.
Yeah.
This is not filling you with a great deal of confidence.
What, in the electoral system?
Fleet, just take solace in knowing that of the 10 or so viewers that are on Twitch, not a single one of them voted for Jeff, and they had 5 minutes to do so.
Chandler, aside from the unfinished battlecruiser, what other German ships were planned to carry the name Mackensen? Ooh, that's an interesting one.
Jonathan Moon is racking in at 107K.
Jonathan Moon, yeah, at a certain point, you and I, you probably need to start spending them somehow. I don't know how you spend them on Twitch, but that's kind of a lot of points. I honestly...
Dr. Clarke, I almost need you to put in like an order Iron Brew thing, which is like 100,000 channel points, because I moderate, so I'm always there. So I'm always earning channel points. So I have a lot of channel points.
Oh, good lord. I don't understand how channel points relate to anything, but yes, I will do something about that. I think Mackensen, the only one which was named after Mackensen was the battlecruiser.
Yeah, Dan Friedman, what you can do is when you set up a poll, you can turn on something called voting fraud, and it allows people to expend channel points in order to get additional votes. And I'm sorry if I'm talking over someone because my headset has just died.
You weren't, but why did your headset die? Have you run out of battery power again?
Okay, I should be back shortly.
That's
You're
good.
beeping at me. That's fine.
Yeah, I am. So, Foxo, you will be needed for ramblings. And you and Dragon will both be needed for ramblings tomorrow, because I'm sure that Chieftain is looking forward to meeting you and chatting with you as he is to chatting with everyone else.
He's already met them. He's already
Then he'll
met
definitely
them.
be looking.
He's been on Ramblings once before. Like, that was a year ago. He's been on Ramblings. It's just been a while since I've had him back. And it was before they were recorded.
Yeah, because you're cruel and you don't invite your friends back as often as you should do, unless they come wandering in like me.
But look, I don't like to bother people who are very, very busy. and who are far more important than
Here's
I
a
am.
fun question for you to work out. Would an 8 14-inch gun Tiger be more powerful than a 6 15-inch gun Renown? In terms of
Honestly,
broadside, it would. Yeah.
yeah. It wouldn't be quite as fast, given what we've taken about the Tiger in this scenario.
Yeah.
But in terms of sheer broadside throw weight, she'd be more powerful.
No to us. This feels like an ever-increasing bonfire. You can't help but keep watching the chaos unfold. Yeah, that's pretty much what Bruships says. It's a constant. It's a flow of questions and answering
Well,
questions.
it didn't used to be until I started showing up regularly.
Hey,
Flea, I'm
yeah.
gonna take credit for the level of chaos we're currently experiencing. I
No.
think that's more a me problem because I love poking both of you so much.
I know. Hell breaks loose. Hello. With the Arctic being more contested, should the US and Canada install sonar buoys, microphones, or icebreakers with towed array sonar? I wouldn't want to do the icebreakers with towed array sonar because that sounds like a good way to break your towed array sonar with the ice coming together afterwards.
Basically,
So yeah,
thing is,
you're left
the
with
thing-
sonar buoys that aren't really great for cracking through ice. So you're probably looking at hydrophones and systems being put on the seabed.
the thing is, you've basically until the Arctic starts to melt in a major way, your main way to contest someone putting their submarines into the Arctic is to send submarines of your own.
Yeah.
Because no, that's literally it. Because of the way that those sort of prosecutions
That's
would.
This is the entire point. When people find it fun, they go sort of, they sort of say, well, you know, Russia. The problems with Russia only started recently. And went, how long ago did the Canadians buy the Upholder class? Why do you think they bought the Upholders? It wasn't because the Arctic was being nice and peaceful and everyone was happy up there. You don't suddenly buy a submarine force. And specifically the Upholders, what are they very good at? Sitting under ice and listening. That's what the British basically designed them for. They were a very good design for that. The trouble is, the British, in between you not using them and selling them to the Canadians, kind of forgot about them and didn't maintain them.
Yeah, the Canadians had to spend an awful lot of money upgrading and maintaining the Upholders over the years. It's one of the reasons why they're in the market for new submarines right now. I will admit, moving away from SSKs was a good thing for the Royal Navy. And the reason I say this is simply down it's simply down to the modern state that the world is in.
I would say
going to a full nuke boat fleet was not a bad thing. I think not keeping the fleet at 14 boats, which is, you know, the 6 Trafalgars and the 6 Astutes. Sorry, 7 Trafalgars and 7 Astutes was a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like an all nuke boat fleet is fine, but they really need to have at least 10 boats.
You need a certain level of critical mass.
Yeah, we need at least 10. The thing is, 7 is the bare minimum, and we've at least got that, so that's something. But we ideally want 10 and perfectly 12 to 14.
Yeah.
I would also point out that let's put it this way: I wouldn't be super surprised if there isn't already some sort of acoustic sensor network that is snaking its way around the Canadian coasts.
Yeah. What I would like to point out is that
and Alaskan coast.
Dr. Clarke, given the length of service the Astutes are going to have, and given what we know about the upcoming program to build new subs, it would not surprise me if the most recent builds of the Astutes remain, and we expand our fleet rather than retiring all the Astutes as the new boats come in.
I wouldn't be surprised about that as well. But I also wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting an extra added onto the Dreadnought class as maybe a SSGN. Some of the things I've been hearing.
That wouldn't surprise me either.
It's going to depend on. It's going to depend on how quickly the AUKUS is going to line up.
Yeah, the reason I say that, this is one of the things that I am actually quite worried about living in the UK. Is the only part of our naval procurement that isn't completely brain dead seems to be our submarine procurement. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's not completely brain dead.
We don't do bad. You trying to get? Have you got the doggy?
Yeah.
Oh, you have got the doggy.
Oh,
You managed to get him.
Did you hear
he
why?
walked straight out.
He went straight out. Did he think you were going in the garden?
No, just went straight
Oh,
out.
it's almost thought it's bedtime.
Did
Yeah.
you hear what I said, Dr. Clarke, about the
Yeah.
whole UK procurement for submarines? Do you have
Yes.
any thoughts on that?
Well,
It's not perfect, but it's the only part of our procurement.
you also have to remember
that's all
that,
I can think
in
of.
nicest way,
Not
things were
completely
delayed
brain
quite
dead.
heavily because of the decisions over the middle of the astute build, which would mean that actually we would have had the Trafalgars overlapping them more, so we would have kept a larger fleet because we would have probably pushed on more and be that much further along. But yeah, life didn't work.
So
like
basically, we go. So basically, we're going to see with the astutes what should have happened with the Trafalgars.
that. Yes. Because the
Oh,
UK,
nice.
the
So
UK
actually
used to
we're-
always do a kind of overlapping thing where you had one class in service and you had two classes in service, and you replaced the older class
mean,
with a
to
new
be
class
fair-
coming in to keep two classes. So,
To be fair,
because there's a reason to
the
do
last of
that.
the Trafalgars didn't. When did the last of the Trafalgars bow out?
Last of the Trafalgars is bowing out today.
Today,
Yes.
literally today.
Technically might have been yesterday, but I think it was roughly today, yesterday, yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's. Oh. They lasted longer than I thought.
Yeah. And originally the astutes were supposed to play some Swifters. And then, because usually what you do is because of the way, it's kind of like anything works, but why the Royal Air Force wants two fast jet fleets in service and all these things is because an aircraft or a ship or anything comes into service, you get really good at using it, but but as you get better at using it, also the technology requires to be upgraded to be able to maintain the same level, and at a certain point you can't upgrade it anymore, so it just starts to sleep down. So the thing you're most able to use, you're able to get the best out of because of the experience of the crews, is often also the thing which is the least technologically viable. And so if you have two procurement lines and you're procuring one, then you have some of the others. So you have these groups sort of, how to put it, the curve of utility versus utility of technology and utility of crew experience, and their overall they start becoming a sync wave and they're overlapping waves. So you always have a good capability and a consistent capability. You don't have a sort of rise and fall of capability. And so that's why you usually try and have overlapping two classes, which is what they established when they had the Swifters and Trafalgars. Because the Swifters were in first, and then the Trafalgars came in, and the astutes would replace the Swifters, and then what I suppose is now going to be Orcas would have replaced the Trafalgars, and that was how it was supposed to be done. HMS Triumph will be officially decommissioned in early 2025, but I think she's come off her last patrol as of today, or yesterday. I think it was her last patrol, but it's early 2025 when she'll be officially decommissioned.
She had a good run then.
Yeah. That's HMS Triumph.
So yeah, we will have So yeah, honestly, of everything, the future of the RN submarine arm actually is pretty bright.
Alrighty. From Black Horse, what happens if the submarine told the German fleet that the Grand Fleet had sailed during Jutland? My
They head
assessment
home.
Is the German
They go home.
Yeah,
They go
makes an
home.
About face forward march.
Yeah,
the
and
double.
they go home, and so does First Scouting Group.
Chandelor Channel, question 18. What admirals have you planned for the year of leadership?
To be revealed. I'm still debating two of them in my head.
You can't have spoilers of that magnitude. That's cheating.
Besides,
Spoilers.
there's like 24 admirals planned in the year of leadership. Hello.
Christmas
Hello.
Did you
present
try and
collection
do a river song?
So, in most ways, hello,
You
cutie.
didn't you?
Hello.
Christmas
Spoilers.
present collection time.
Hello.
You did try and do a river song.
Hello.
I knew
You're
it.
Cute.
Spoilers.
You're cute. You are far better behaved than the fleet is.
I'm
far
going
better.
away. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
There is a corgi here to say hello to everyone. As we all know, CT is corgi
treat.
treats. I haven't got any corgi treats, but I hear Sissy has them. So perhaps if there's enough CTs in the chat, you will get some more treats because you deserve them, don't you? You've been a very good boy all day.
Oh.
You've been a very good boy.
And
There
while
are-
we wait for Zebedee's rightfully earned adulation to pour in the form
Yes.
of corgi treats,
Yeah,
from
there are
Mark
CTs.
Harkness.
What he'd like
And
to
Jonathan
was-
Moon has also sent in some CTs on Twitter,
What
on
do you want-
Twitch.
What he'd like to see is pets at home. Toy shop.
You mentioned pets at home. He literally licks his teeth. Good boy. You know your food. You know your food. You know your sauces.
Yes,
You're
I know
very
my
good.
sources of toys as well.
Mm-hmm. We'll have to make sure that's worked out for Christmas, right?
Yes.
You're good.
No, I thought I'd just come and say hello.
Yes, that's nice of you to come say hello.
Gone to bed.
There are many CTs coming, so it's time for many bickies.
Oh, is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think I've had enough.
There's like
Mark
about
Harkness
2 dozen
proposed-
CTs, so that's about 2 dozen bickies.
Politely, Dr. Clarke, I think that's unhealthy.
Melanie,
Corgi
Believe it or
treats
not,
are
the
teeny.
little note.
They're basically the size. They're tiny things which he has, not the big things which Raleigh has. So, yeah.
He has.
Believe it or not,
That's
Melanie, the
Yes,
little
there you go.
notebook that I carry around in my pocket every
This is a
day
corgi
at work
treat.
It's actually
is
his kibble.
blue.
Right. So let's get on to naval history questions. As we don't answer that one.
Let me be clear. I am Barack Obama.
Okay. Mark Harkness, supposed to successfully scuttled ships of the High Seas Fleet are found in like new condition, floating in the port of Wilhelmshaven on July the 1st, 1939. Are any of the ships useful for Germany?
We did this.
We've
we
done
literally
this.
did a whole ramblings on this. There was a whole ramblings. Can I post the link to that? Because we literally did a whole ramblings.
Yeah, you
On
can. I think we've done the discussion before as well on here, that we've basically said the problem is you have them. A, there's crewing. B, there's modernization. C, there's fueling.
Like,
And D, there's the reaction of the Royal Navy.
we basically said, yes, they can make use of them, but you've basically still got the exact same situation as historical when it comes to naval warfare.
No,
Because
they can.
even though the German fleet will be
Well-
just to very quickly summarize, only the Königs and der Flingers are retained by the Germans in terms of capital units. The Kaisers we sold to Italy. The old destroyers went to Japan. And even then, they're heavily rebuilt because the Germans don't build 12-inch ammunition anymore. They're refitted with the same 11-inch guns you find on the Scharnhorsts.
Hmm.
And at that point, the Royal Navy goes, right, cracks knuckles. But I will very
you're not
quickly post a
pausing.
link
You're not
to-
pausing Lion construction. You're not pausing King George V construction.
It also accelerates to wartime construction rates.
Hmm.
Triple shifts, quadruple shifts,
Yeah, it's
like
yeah.
3 shifts, 4 shifts. Just very quickly, I will very quickly, if my computer will stop exploding. I will very, very quickly get the
Link.
yes. I'm just gonna put the link in the.
I would put the link in the
you
Bruships
remember-
questions and respond to the Mark Harkness. Just do a reply to Mark Harkness because I think you can do that.
I will, but I'm also gonna put the link in YouTube for anyone
Yep, sounds good.
who is.
Do a comment.
interested.
Do a comment on the
Because I
video so
guarantee
it's
there
fixed
will be.
below. Because if it's you put it in the chat, then people can't click on the comment after the video's over. Whereas if you do it as a comment, they
Yeah,
can
that's
do.
a good idea. So I'm just very quickly getting that right now.
And let me just make sure I'm in the channel
From
admin section, so I
Mandalore
can
channel.
I can let the comment through.
Question 83. Favorite A Game of Thrones episode from the Mighty Jingles? I am going to make a confession. While I do watch the Mighty Jingles semi-regularly, I rarely, if ever, retain it.
Oh, good
It is
lord.
entertaining. I do not remember it, for I have a brain that's the size of a marble and just as smooth as one.
Honestly, I have watched a fair
when-
number of them, but
It
I
was
was
the,
I am
it was the
also
beginning of the year, wasn't it, Dr. Clarke?
it was I cannot honestly for the life of me remember any of their titles. I cannot. So I have watched them, but I cannot. And I found quite a lot of them funny, but I cannot remember any of their titles for the life of me. I apologise. That seems terrible, but I can't. I'm sitting here going, what was the titles? What were their titles? Cannot
Game
remember.
of Thrones episode, whatever, season, whatever.
A Game of Thrones, yeah. You know. So yeah, I'm going to apologise on that one. Just go watch it. It's fun.
Despite the contraindication of my inability to remember any of them by name, Jingles usually does put together a good show.
Jingles always puts together a good show, but that's the thing is they're all so
I've
good.
been
They're all
desperate to
good
get him
enough.
on rambling.
You don't remember them. They're not. It's how to put it. It doesn't dip and it doesn't. How do I put this politely? It doesn't rise and fall enough for you to remember specific episode titles. Because if you remember that, you have your favorite programs like the Stargate. I can remember. I like pretty much quite a lot of the Stargate franchise. I can remember far more easily the episodes which I didn't like because they are far rarer than I can the ones which I liked because they're constant. It's almost constant. So when something achieves a constant standard of you like it, you're far less likely to remember the individual episodes.
Here we go. Bound bit.
Excellent. Bud Guy 8829. How much changes if the US enters the European War in 1939 or 1940? Well,
Dr. Clarke, I can't leave a comment.
you can.
Where?
Underneath the chat.
Not on the
Live.
Yeah, I can leave a live, but I can't leave the
You can't leave a comment. You can. It's only on the chat. You can't do a comment on the chat.
Yeah, I can.
Like.
No, I can do a live chat, but I can't do a comment on the video that will stay after the live is done. Sadly.
Are you in the wrong tab?
No.
Because usually you've got live chat and you can click on that and change the comment.
Can I? Let me have a look. Live chat.
And you've
Live
even
chat,
put that.
top chat. Participants' reactions, pop out chat.
Copy. Delete message. Delete. Then go to Mark
No,
Harkness's
well,
one.
Well, it's gone in. It's gone in. No, Ruin on. Why did you delete that?
I didn't get rid of it. That was somebody who wasn't me.
Oh,
That was me.
Thank you.
I put
Okay,
it
so
so it links back to the question it comes from.
Hey, and then of course there you are, folks. That's the whole. That's the. Because I was trying because the whole thing. This started my whole relationship and interaction with Dr. Clarke because Drac said he wasn't. Drac was obviously busy with the Drakenifelia princess, so I went to Dr. Clarke, and the rest is history. He appeared on Ramblings as a guest once, and I thought, well, that's that. And then he appears next week, and the week after that, and the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
Basically,
Congrats, you've been adopted. Please do not resist.
Yeah, if the US enters the war in 1939, 1940, if they do enter, if for some reason they did find themselves entering the war at that point and joining it, then whilst they don't have a lot of stuff, they do have enough stuff that if they do shove it over to France, there are going to be extra troops there and extra forces there. It's the industrial capacity they're going to bring into the immediate war, because it's going to mean that instead of Lend-Lease is going to be fully cranked open from 1939 rather than from about 1942. So basically, you're going to have that.
And I'm sorry, if they're in the war in 39-40, France doesn't fall. I'm sorry, France does not fall, because the French government has no illusions that they're not going to be able. No matter how bad the situation gets, even if the Germans break through, the US is in the war.
As is Britain.
It really. Yeah. There's no way that. There's no reason to surrender to the
I think
right.
if the Americans join in 1939, do the Italians join the war?
No. Italy takes one look at this and goes, nobody, nope.
Basically, Mussolini goes, I'm going to declare war, and the king goes, fed you or not, mate.
Well, no. I'm sorry. No. Even Mussolini. No. Mussolini goes, America and Britain and France are fighting Germany. No. Mussolini was many things. but stupid he was not.
No.
He didn't join the war when Britain and France were fighting Germany. The only reason Italy joins the war in 1940 is France has collapsed. Germany has done the impossible.
That's an interesting one. How would I refit the Lion class battlecruisers? Excuse me, sorry about the sneeze. How would I refit the Lion class battlecruisers? Well, that's interesting. Engines definitely are going to be a big thing. Engines are going to be a big thing I'm going to have to do. For some reason, Restream is having fun getting the questions from YouTube, so I now have the YouTube chat open separately. So I'm trying to watch both. So if you see my eyes darting across, that's because I've got 3 chats now running rather than just 1 chat.
Dr. Clarke, just by the way, I may have to come down at some point in the early new year because my computer situation is becoming extreme.
Okay.
The old girl is starting to really struggle now.
For some reason, also, this believes it's Rambling's emergency broadcast. I have no idea.
What? That was the thing you helped me do last time, which was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Fleet, is it because of your 84 yottabytes of Hosh images?
No. That doesn't actually affect performance.
Okay.
Yes,
So-
mate. Questions are still closed. We're at 3.5 hours, and as much as I love these 2 gentlemen, I do have some chores I need to button up before I go to bed tonight.
You're allowed to go do chores. I don't think we did we give you permission to do that, Fleet?
Yes, we did.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Positive.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, how would you
Alrighty.
refit the Lion class battlecruisers? Engines first, engines, and 14-inch guns if I could, and basically, let's be honest, the Lions, the Queen Mary, and Tiger, they all follow a similar format, but are being slightly improved versions of each other. And basically, you'd follow a similar format for refitting them as well, if you were going to do that. Team Locker.
All right.
Uh,
This is one that's aimed at me. I take issue with some of the some of the current Secretary of Defense nominee or nominee for Secretary of Defense, his comments in recent history and in past history. Some of those comments, I believe, would be directly contravened by him spending any amount of time in a semi-combat, even simulated combat situation with a force such as the Swedish militaries.
yeah.
That's as far as I'm going to get into it here.
I think you have to understand that there are... Look, one of the things it's hardest to work out these days in forces and force structures is the sheer amount of complexity that goes into being even a basic infantryman these days. When we call a basic infantryman, the sheer amount of technology and equipment that goes with them. It used to be the major thing for even infantry was muscle. And you still do need a healthy dose of pack mule in your infantryman's genetic makeup. You do. But you also need a lot of adaptability, a lot of intelligence, a lot of skill sets. And the thing is, to maximize your recruitment pool, yes, there might be... How do I put this? Because of that requirement for pack mule in their DNA, there might be a lower percentage of women as a whole which can achieve that standard than men. But how do I put this politely? You need enough people. You need every volunteer you can get in a volunteer force. And if you can't get enough men to volunteer for the role, and there are some women prepared to volunteer, you take them who pass the course. You take the women. That also means you have to adjust sometimes the course as well, because not just because women are strong in different ways, but also because you're looking for different skill sets. One of the interesting things we've got come in, we'll keep talking about drones and drone operation capability. Believe it or not, before you just have a look around at some of your friends and think about the ones who are very quick on their phone and very agile with their phones and can deal them versus the people who struggle with their phones. Me, I'm quite good on my phone, but I have fat thumbs. And I can't manipulate something as easily on my phone screen and operate, let's say, a drone by that as someone who's got thinner fingers. So someone with a slightly smaller hand would actually have an advantage as a drone operator over me. Now, I might have advantages in other ways. But this is the point you have to consider.
He's right,
the force is changing. The requirements are changing. And sometimes things have to change with it. And sometimes to get enough people the right skill set, you just have to take what you can get. And being picky and going, I want it all to be this way, we don't live in that world anymore.
And I would also point out that in the egalitarian world we live in, it's only fair for women to be given a chance to serve their country if they want to.
Yes. I would say my main criteria for people is do they pass the intelligence test and do they pass the fitness test for the roles they want to do. And if they do, then I don't care.
If they pass both those tests, it doesn't matter what gender, religion, political ideology, let them serve.
If only U.S. politics were that rational, Fleet. If only. I could sleep so much easier at night if they were that rational. Stafford, this is not the venue for me to air out grievances against the incoming administration. It really is not.
It is not.
Just know that they are legion, and if you want a good look, just open up the About Me on my Discord profile and compare it to the news. All right. Okay, looks like a 1 out of 2.
One thing to that as well is that if you think you have a recruitment crisis now, imagine trying to replace all the women at all the different levels in the force that you have now, and getting rid of them and not recruiting women. Just imagine how much of your force structure disappears. Trained fighter pilots, and all sort of things. It's just, look, you just can't do it. So I don't think. I think no matter what people's statements are, nothing's going to happen on that front because the only way they could deal with that situation is to bring back the draft. To get people in.
Dr. Clarke, I hate to break it to you, Chief, but you're dealing with people who don't have common sense and who don't think geopolitically. So, I hate to break it to you.
The good thing about being in government is you tend to have a come to Jesus moment rather quickly.
The problem, Dr. Clarke, is that all the people who had the come to Jesus moment in the last version of the current US administration are now gone. And replaced by sycophants and...
We're not getting into politics on this one. No. We're being realists. And you can't predict how these people might evolve. Now, yes, they might not all be my politics, but we're a history channel, and I was speaking in historical terms. I'm not going to get... I don't have people being rude or nasty in the video, in the chat. I'm not going to have it on here either. You might have to... There might be your views, but... Yeah. Because the thing is, I want them to... if I want people to learn, and I want to be able to teach everyone, and pass on information to everyone to hopefully make a better debate, the first thing that you don't want to do is be rude about people. As I've said before, whenever I've seen it in election campaigns where people think actually insulting people is going to get them to change their mind about who they're voting for, it never works. It's never going to work.
I will say this much, Stafford. You need to look at the timeline on that because that statement's not accurate, or at least that statement needs to be reworded to be more accurate.
Okay.
Because I remember that series of events happening, and that statement gives the wrong implications.
Okay. Blackburn Maximus, could it have been possible for the Royal Navy Vickers to have a workable twin 6-inch turret for cruisers pre-World War One? Yes. They were certainly working on the concept.
It was workable, but there wasn't the need for it, the urgent need for it.
It would have been a fun thing if they had it. The Royal Navy cruiser line would have just been even more scary for everyone. Steve Clarke, if Australia had more infrastructure in World War II, would we have seen an indigenous cruiser being built? Probably not. They would have probably gone for an indigenous aircraft carrier program. They did look at an escort carrier program at certain points. You might have seen an indigenous carrier of about 10 to 15,000 tons come into service.
Yep, you're probably right there.
Before you get a cruiser. Also, their industry would actually support that far more than a cruiser boat, because you can use destroyer engines and destroyer-grade boilers for such a ship, whereas you would need cruiser boilers for a cruiser. Dave Harrison. So construction nail rods. Could mods have been made from the early 1925 to make them better suited to engaging hypothetical Italian fast battleships before their completion? There's an interesting discussion, because the F3s are also two-screwed, okay? Not triple or quadruple screwed. And they are supposed to be a lot faster. So the thing is, yes, maybe if their Italians are going for fast battleships, but also, if Italians are going for fast battleships which are that scary, expect changes in the 1930 London Naval Treaty.
Yep.
Do you think the Japanese could build a 20-inch Yamato if the US and Iran already have 18-inch guns? Well, they'd probably try and development. Yeah, they'd try and develop. They have got 20 years to develop it.
Didn't they have a 20-inch gun
on the development historically?
Built, but they were.
Yeah,
I thought they had one that they built. They tried it, and it just they couldn't get a high enough yield out of the production process, or there was something wrong in the production chain where they're like, listen, we can technically make this gun, but we can make an 18.1 inch far more reliably than we can make this 20-inch gun.
It was basically it was partially that, but it was also down to the fact that they didn't need to go big. They could settle for an 18-inch gun and still have massive overmatch. Whereas in the timeline we're talking about, they can't settle. They have to go for broke.
Did the British arms industry ever test a 20-inch?
Tested, yes. Produced reliably, no.
Possibly tested something bigger than 20-inch. Oh,
It'd
yes.
be what, 20,
oh, I'm getting nagged again.
What'd you get?
Inserting an ad.
Then you go to 1. What if because Britain likes to do 1.5-inch increments? They'd go to 18.
Well, Britain. Well, the thing is, Britain does do 1.5-inch increments when it's convenient, when they need to. But here's the thing: when you're talking in the scale of gun that we're talking, you may as well do the 2-inch jump, because at that point, the difference between a 19.5 and 20-inch gun is you may as well make the full jump.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Dr. Clarke is being very, very quiet, and I'm looking at the expression on his face.
And I will point out that the British would be at 16.5, so they'd go to 19 rather than 18. And at that point, you would then go to 20.5 if you were Britain.
Wouldn't you go to 21? You go to 19.5, then 21?
We know the British got to 18. We know the British tested bigger guns than 18.
Did they black hole those records?
Possibly.
There are rumours passed down through various gun forges about what Ellswick's what was the largest gun Ellswick ever made.
I feel like there's a number of records that were nowhere near London or that general area of the UK that were mysteriously destroyed during the Blitz.
No, floods as well. It's amazing how many archives we had in flood areas. Floodplain areas. It's terrible. We stored all sorts of
You're not
documents in
quoting
floodplain
Sir
areas.
Humphrey, are you?
Oh god, it's not even Sir Humphrey. It's actual history. Actually, look at how many British Civil Service archives were in were flood-prone areas. It's almost like it's a policy to stick them in flood-prone areas.
Black Horse, which video link? There's several video links that we've discussed. So, Andy, this is Runon who is speaking, and then the other voice in the call is Fleet of Oceans.
Yeah.
Hello!
So, do you... here's a question, Dave Harrison. Auxiliary ships with breweries in the Pacific. What sort and style of beer do they brew? Shorter for the breweries, conscripts were brewers in Civvy Street. They were brewers in Civvy Street. They did deploy mainly to Pacific because that's where they needed it. And because they could mainly supply beers in most areas, or they had shore breweries. And actually the breweries, the brewery ships which were sent out there could supply all sorts of both light and dark ale, I think, and light and dark beer, I think. I think they did light dark beer, and I think they did an ale as well, or was it a cider? But yeah, they did quite a mixture. The brewery ships were very, very good at doing a mixture. They seem to have supplied, and I'm never quite sure whether individual ships supplied multiple, or whether each ship specialized, because some of the discussions about them seem to differ. Floods. Yeah, the British Civil Service. Some of the archives which stored government documents seem to have been in very interesting flood-prone areas. It's terrible, really.
Coincidence? I think not.
Are you suggesting that the British Civil Service would ever be so much? I think we finished the end of the questions, so shall we open up for a bit longer and do a few more questions? Get to the 4-hour something mark.
We are at a quarter to 4 hours, so that's going to be up to you.
Yeah, if you don't mind, we'll do a bit questions for a bit longer.
Your call, Dr. Clarke.
Yeah, I'm happy to go on for a bit longer. I've only got a lot. My evening this evening is because my sister's friend is here. We've got no builders etc. coming in tomorrow. We've asked them to stay back till not come in again till Tuesday. So tomorrow, all I have to do is make sure the HMAS Diamantina video goes up properly.
And of course, be around for ramblings. And get Drac.
And do some washing.
I am going to continue to poke you for that.
That's fine. You can poke me all you like, but I might not take any notice. But it's basically...
But you like me, Dr. Clarke. I have influence.
Yeah, I am nice to you. Yeah.
Look, I know it's a long shot, but I know for definite I'm getting you, Chieftain, and myself. If I can get Drac as well,
then you have a really fun
group. Just a win. Yeah, that is a win.
Where did I put that book? Because I've got to check that video at some point to see. Oh, there is HMS Diamantina. There you go. There's the book on Diamantina. Yeah, that's tomorrow's video.
I feel like joking about trying to put a certain naval historian on, but I feel like that would be very, very cruel after.
Which naval historian? Come on.
No, we're not. No, we are not. We have agreed not to do that to her anymore. We are not doing this. We're not doing that damage to her life again. Okay?
No, she started so she can't finish. You can't not finish. You started it, so you can't not finish.
Don't complete the sentence.
Yeah. Dragon 2000, you're in command of an Imperial task force and Fleet is in command of a Rebel task force. How do you make sure to crush him and destroy the Rebels and his beloved fleet?
You haven't said what the task forces are.
Well, I name one of my ships
What?
Hosh. I have it send signals out that it's in distress. And as he charges to try and take it because he wants to be commander of the Hosh,
You do.
I let his fleet
Whoa,
get around it and
whoa,
then
whoa.
destroy him.
Whoa!
Done.
Bold of you to assume I'm never going to be that monumentally stupid.
Fleet.
Shall we put
You
put that
like
to a
the
vote
Hosh.
again? Shall we put this into a vote on the poll?
Biased. That vote will be biased and is therefore invalid.
Would Dr. Clarke's plan work? I'm doing it on YouTube. Can you do it
Against
on
me,
Twitch?
it wouldn't. I can tell you it wouldn't. I'm not that.
Okay, I've started it on YouTube. I'll let Runon do it on Twitch, and we'll see what people vote and people say. So far, it's in.
This is incredibly biased. I will just point this out. This is incredibly biased against.
So, while waiting for that poll to come in, and you'll be glad to know some are saying it wouldn't go against you. It wouldn't. You wouldn't fall for it. Very, very few, but some are saying it. RG, before the Battle of Britain, in the north of England, after a storm, the local council finds a factory in an airfield with 200 meteor fighters and a factory to make more. What happens? The Royal Air Force cries with joy. I mean, literally, Dowding is probably having, and I'm going to use a word which my little cousins, I think, probably have heard before, but if you haven't, go and ask your mums about this. It would probably make Dowding orgasmic with joy that of having.
Wow,
that.
that's a brave move from you, Dr. Clarke.
It is a brave move. I'm going to start knocking doors.
Dragon, you say you fought me in Empire War and it works? You haven't had a ship called Hosh. I swear, we're going to have an Empire War that's going to be streamed again on my channel, and you are going to lose, sir. I'll show you what the mediator printer can do. You can't
just a second,
deny
I'm
me
just going to
forever.
knock a door. I'm safe.
I killed the
I've
Eclipse
left
with
key in
3
the door, so
mediators.
that'll hold it. That door's blocked. There's none up there. The
killed
windows
the
are all
Eclipse.
closed. Yeah, safe.
I killed the Eclipse with 3 mediators.
Okay.
I will
safe.
do it again!
Safe. Right then. Okay. So basically, RG, they're very happy. And, yeah, the poll's going quite happy. Knight 6831, question 173. If the Germans built a Bismarck at 35,000-ton battleship with 13-inch guns, how does that change the H-39s? No idea. Probably makes the H-39 start out as a 15-inch gun ship, but seeing as they never actually get built, it probably just doesn't change them from the design study that they turn into. Melody 16040, with USA involved in 1939, France never falls. Barbarossa is never launched. How does this affect post-war relations as the USSR never gets involved? Oh, it has an effect.
No.
It has an interesting
First
effect
of all-
on things.
First of all, the USSR will get involved because the war won't be over by 1942. And if the Germans don't declare war on the Russians declare war on the Germans.
To stop them being declared war on after the Germans are defeated, because if they're not on the winning side, they're going to be on the losing side because they're going to have to give up Poland.
Oh no, it's
And the
not
Allies
even
will push
that.
them back.
It's not even that. Both sides view each other as an existential threat. If Germany doesn't declare war on Russia, Russia will declare war on Germany.
Actually, Fleet, there is another problem, because if you have the Americans involved from the get-go, does Norway fall? France doesn't fall.
No.
And if France and Norway don't fall, and Italy doesn't join the war, how quickly does Germany's economy fall apart?
Fairly quickly, but still. Not quickly enough that the Russians won't get involved.
Mm-hmm.
Knight 6831, question 174. Would a Bismarck that is a 35,000-ton battleship with 13-inch guns Be an improved Scharnhorst.
I'd
That's
hope.
basically Drake's Storm Shadow. That's.
I'd hope, because if it isn't, then frankly they've just made a massive investment for. They've made a massive investment and they've basically
They
managed to
wouldn't
muck it up.
be. Yeah, they wouldn't be 13-inch guns though. They'd be 13.8.
Yeah, that's what they'd go with. Ins Morrison, which admiral would have been a good idea to send if there had been a major naval war in the 1890s?
To which, what major naval war in what?
Which navy? Which navy
What
doing
war?
which war? Let me just 1890s. Which navy admiral would the Royal Navy have sent? And this is just give me a second. I need to find my copy of admirals to make sure I get the right one. Because its name. I have to sometimes remember it. You two chat away. Which ones do you think it will be? I'm going to find out. Who
I
the Royal
have
Navy
no
thinks it will be.
context.
More
it's the
data
1890s.
required.
Presume it's the Royal Navy.
Yeah, but if you want, like the admiral you want to fight in Crimea is not the admiral you fight in the South Atlantic or the North.
You're presuming the Royal Navy has such a big choice of admirals to pick from in the 1890s.
I am.
You're probably talking Geoffrey Hornby. It would be Hornby who'd be sent in 1890s. It probably would be Hornby. Parker's dead by that point. You've got the Royal Navy only has one admiral who's that decent in that period, so it's probably going to be Hornby. And yeah. Probably in 1890. Hornby technically is retired, but he's also technically the only one who they would really trust with a major war at that point. He's senior enough and he does live to 1895. There are some other admirals around. And he had been activated. In 1885, he had been picked by Lord Key, who was the first Labour Lord, as the officer for the Baltic. And if you give an example, Hornby was given Jackie Fisher, John Fisher as his chief of staff, and a few other officers. It's he is a skilled one. He's one of the few people who can actually bring Beresford and Fisher together and actually make them work alongside each other efficiently. And then when he retires, sort of retires, as much as he ever retires, he spends his time campaigning for funding for the Royal Navy. So it's going to be Hornby or one of his apprentices, basically, who'll be sent by the Royal Navy. USS Montana 67. What if a single Soyuz was built post-war? How would this affect future conflicts in naval history? Well,
Red Fleet timeline news its ugly head.
Linguistics. Now, it's not an ugly head. It's quite a pretty head.
Wait,
Now, my view is if Soyuz is actually built, if one of them's actually built, then I think you do not have the rapid reduction in capital ships you have historically. As long as they have it, the Soviets have one in active service, probably well into the 60s. The Royal Navy and the French Navy are going to want to keep at least a couple of ships in service, and the Americans are going to keep some ships in service as well, just in case. Because the thing is, their one ship can come out at any time. You need to have a ship ready to deal with it. Questions are now closed, and I'm also going to close the poll just to see the results. On YouTube, it is believed that my plan would work 87% to 12 with 31 votes.
That's not true. It wouldn't
On
work any of the time.
Twitch, the poll result.
100%. Yes, it would work.
Yeah, 100%. Overwhelming. There was a lot of votes. a lot of votes cast again.
Doesn't mean they're right.
Well, you know, I believe we are
in what
engaging in
they-
what I would call radical democracy, and therefore we have to trust
And-
to trust the voters. Seeing as there's only one
Dr. Clarke,
dictator in the system, and that's me, and I'm agreeing with the radical democracy.
Dr. Clarke, it's not radical democracy; it's managed democracy. And Duke
Ooh,
of
I know.
Petchington would like to remind the court, and namely Justice Fu, about what happened to Dragon when he played the remake mod against me, Petchington, and Petchington also laughs in Candosi, or Candosil.
Let's see everyone. If the how do the French respond if they're building something? Well, honestly, if we consider by the time the Italians aren't going to worry because they have the Littorios with 15-inch guns, so they're probably just going to be looking at the Germans going, and Del Duce's probably going to swag around going, mine's bigger than your horse, mine's bigger than your horse, because that's what dictators tend to do. As for the French, they're building battleships anyway as a response. They're going to build them as powerful as they can do because they have to deal with the Italians, Littorios, as well as the Germans. So, in the nicest way, the French aren't building a fleet to deal with the Germans and a fleet to deal with the Italians. They're building a fleet to be able to fight. So, if the Bismarcks are 13-inch gunships and the Littorios are 15-inch gunships, guess which ships the French are building to fight? Littorios, because if they can fight the Littorios, they can definitely deal with whatever the Germans are putting in. But it's not going to have much of an impact because, let's be honest, by the time the Bismarcks come into service, the French are, well, out of the war. What happens if the ships from Pearl Harbor were too damaged to put back into service?
The US lacks some shore bombardment firepower, and then Surigao Strait will have to be carried by the Surigao Strait. Sorry, no, sorry, it is Surigao Strait. Surigao Strait will have to be carried by the cruisers and MTBs and destroyers, but not much else.
I'd say you might get the Montanas actually get built. Because
At least you get all 6 hours. At least you get all 6
You
hours.
get all 6 hours, and you probably possibly get the Montanas built as well, because they're going to be so worried about having a battle line, because they're still in their mindset. It's not going to be till long after the carrier battles, Midway and Coral Sea, etc., and even the Philippine Sea, that they're going to feel comfortable easing back on the capital ship construction. So they're going to probably push through and pull those through.
When were the Montanas due to be laid down? Do we know?
And they cut steel from
They
them?
were actually laid down. They were authorized in July 1940. They weren't suspended till April 1942. So there's probably some steel and some things which have already been cut for them. And what I'm saying is, if you have in December 1941 the entire battle fleet annihilated, that's also kind of going to add to the arguments for it, because they're going to go, well, these are the strongest ships, obviously, because they concentrated to kill them, so we have to build them. So probably at least all 5 Montanas and the all 5 Montanas and the 6 Iowas all get built. Interesting scenario though is if the Americans are churning out those and those, then the British might actually finish off a Lion class just for status and ego. That's literally it, by the way. That's literally the plan. Push it through. Because the Americans are building so many, you know, one of the reasons why the British literally completed Vanguard was because of the Iowas. Because they needed it for national status. So if the Montanas are built, you know, there's going to be probably a couple of lines are going to get built, or one of them lines are going to get built as well as Vanguard. Black Horse, what happened to ships from... answered that one. When did shore bombardment become an effective tactic?
Ever since guns were put on ships.
And there
Well,
were
the Romans
12
engaged in it and did quite well with it with their ballistas and their catapult systems. So there's the whole siege of Syracuse. So, shore bombardment's been a long target, been a viable thing for a long time, as long as ships have been able to carry heavy artillery, of whatever form that artillery took. Vanguard as designed or rushed? Vanguard was as designed. She wasn't really that rushed, honestly. But she might not have had all the US gear, but she probably would have. Desert Foxo. Fleet, do you remember the 12th Armed Brigade? What would happen if that brigade appeared in 1941 Togo?
Oh. She's referring to a game that took place in my server on Friday. That's a brigade that's the size of a division with, I think, 200 Challenger 3s, which were not what we call the historical Challengers, which had 120mm smoothbores, 200 of her new armored fighting vehicles and IFVs, which were basically replacements for Warrior. If that brigade appears in Togo in 1941, with all its equipment attached to it, that's a force to break the Africa Corps wide open. Because it can very easily move by rail and ship from Togo to North Africa and break Rommel's Africa Corps wide open.
Break Rommel's Africa Corps? That would annihilate Rommel's Africa Corps. Let's be honest. In the nicest way, their machine guns could do damage to most of Rommel's Africa Corps, let alone the Italians.
I mean,
The Italians are the bulk of the fighting
fair,
force in North Africa and do a very good job when they're properly supplied and equipped. But, yeah, it's just going to roll over them.
Gentlemen, there are two things. One, did we answer Montana's question about what if a single Soyuz was built post-war?
We did.
Yes.
Okay, and there's a second half to Foxo's question after, or maybe not. If it is, Foxo didn't put it in. So anyway, moving on swiftly.
Okay. Night Secretary for one.
Maybe it's
What was it about the Admiral class preliminary design, 4 with 2 twin 18-inch guns, 3 twin 18-inch guns, and Brother design 6 with 4 twin, that got them rejected?
They were too extreme. They were too much gun. The Royal Navy had only just moved to the 15-inch gun. The Germans weren't showing any sign of moving to anything larger than the 15-inch. The Royal Navy was at war, and the speed of construction value was mattered more than evolution of design.
Well, also, it comes back to, my mind is to what could possibly reason could be for Agincourt being cancelled, apart from Fisher being Fisher. And the phrase they use for cancelling her is due to technological reasons. If there's a problem with the 18-inch guns, that sort of makes sense. There's not going to be a problem with 15-inch guns because you're already building those. But if there's a problem with 18-inch guns, and that would explain why you've built free barrels, and then you're prepared to cut them down to use them on Furious. It is a problem in maybe it's a problem in manufacture. Maybe it's getting enough into service. Because let's be honest, you wouldn't be the ship's got to have 6. So if you've made 9 barrels and you've only got 3 viable ones out of it, or something, if there's something wrong with it, but yeah, it's a case of, to my mind, it's literally they keep the 15-inch gun because that's all they are building it under the cover of it's for this war, right? We know it's not. We know it's the Royal Navy building the ships they need for the next war because they don't need them in this scenario, but they're building them anyway, using the cover of this war to get them into, because once war's over, they know they'll go into tight budget time because British governments always do that. So I think they decide that if they jump up gun etc., they can't get that through. They can't justify that politically. So it's either the politics or it's the gun quality. Now, honestly, I think from the other things I've read around the Agincourt scenario, that I think Fisher was frankly full of when he says that she was cancelled due to tech reasons. So I think that's I don't think that's the case. So I would say therefore it's the politics, And if you look, you're saying you're getting 18-inch guns. You can't justify 18-inch guns really politically in the middle of this war scenario because of the complexity of getting them in service. But it would have been an interesting one if they had gone down the route and had managed to build them. Also, I think if you were building them around 18-inch guns, the adjustments you'd make in armoring, etc., means that it would be far easier to turn them from a battle cruiser, 2 words, into a competent battle cruiser. And I think that's also another reason why you're not building them with 18-inch guns, because if you're going for a economic commerce warfare battle cruiser, i.e. an invincible scaled up, you don't need the 18-inch guns. There is no scenario you need 18-inch guns for that role, because that's far too much firepower for it. You need 18-inch guns if you're a battle cruiser, 1 word, i.e. a scaled-up Tiger class, like the G3s were planned to be, or if you're a scaled, from that line of development, or if you're going for a fast battleship. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Okay. What does Frank Whittle do if the reaction to those 200 meteor appearing suddenly? Happy days and pay my bills.
To quote Frank Whittle, in the aftermath of discovering the meteors, I was right!
Yeah.
Vindication!
Yeah.
Black Horse, were there any other cases of the Hunt class math mistake in other classes?
Not the same mistake,
Eddie
but
King,
there are math mistakes in classes in wartime, but the Hunt class were the ones which suffered the most from this. One of the things I always find interesting is that a certain gentleman, post World War II, when he's writing his books, tries to put all the blame on Stanley Goodall. Then you go back and look at the chain of command of the people doing the Hunt class designs, and you find that that person was actually in that chain of command and should be one of the ones who signed off on it before it went to Stanley Goodall. So whilst Goodall does accept the blame, because Goodall's the senior person and he's the DNC when it happens, there are about 3 other more senior constructors between that team and him who are supposed to have viewed it before it got to him. So there are 3 people who should have, 3 other people who probably should have checked that maths, but didn't. Just signed it off and presumed the team, which was a young team, had got it correct. They hadn't. Life happens sometimes in wartime. Everyone's worried, everyone's trying to get them out as quickly as possible, and everyone's presuming they got it right, but they'd scaled the wrong way. Regarding subs in the Arctic, have there been incidents where one has accidentally crashed through the ice into a camp or something?
I would say it's not impossible, but you probably would never hear about it.
I would say that the number of times they've actually gone up through the ice, they are well publicized stunts when they do it. They don't do it for the fun of it. They do it as often a publicity to show they can do it, but they don't do it regularly because it can damage the hulls, especially the conning towers and various other things. You have to select the ice quite carefully and all sorts of things. You don't want to do it unless you have to. And basically you do it so you can usually do it with hunter-killer subs, SSNs. There's a lovely picture of 2 American and a British boat, I think, doing it together. And have all gone up and they're all in line and they go out and play football or something with each other. But the thing is, you do it to show that your ballistic missile submarines can do it, but you don't use your ballistic missile submarines to do it. So they can launch, to demonstrate they can launch their missiles from the ice pack. You do it to literally scare the other side. Or rather, the Americans and Brits did it, NATO side did it to show, because the Russians showed they could do it, so the Brits did it, so they could do it again, so it's, both sides could do it. It's a Cold War scenario thing. What ship had the biggest impact on history?
To be blunt, and I know this is a boring answer, the first ship that could go beyond sight of the coast and return. Whatever vessel that was, made by whoever made it.
I'm gonna put forward Titanic.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. I will stand to fight you on that. No.
I can name Titanic. I can't name whatever ship it is you're talking. And
Yeah,
the reason I say
we're talking about biggest impact on history, not the one that sold the most, not the one that sold the most cinema tickets.
no, that's not why I put forward Titanic fleet.
Well, there's no other impact on history that she has bigger than the ship I suggested.
Would you like to know why I put forward Titanic?
Please do, so I can debunk it.
Titanic has had possibly the single biggest impact on maritime safety culture out of any vessel that has ever sailed.
Yes, but that's not an impact on history that matters. It saves lives, but doesn't impact history.
Saving a life has an impact on history.
Yeah, yeah, Fleet.
In the
I'm
grand
sorry.
scheme of history, people don't matter. Nations
That's-
matter.
That's yeah, but even then, it's still you're looking at multiple nations sat down and rewrote their laws so that that disaster never happened again, and we are seeing the impact of that disaster into the modern day. Additionally, it is an incident which is reasonably well ingrained into the modern culture to this day. If I ask somebody,
I
like,
still
half the
disagree
people-
because
half of the people don't know about the boats that the Polynesians or oceanic indigenous peoples put together to make it over to South America.
that doesn't matter. That's not the point of the question. The question is the biggest impact on history.
I'd say
And
whichever
I
ship
hate to
spread.
break to you.
I'm trying to remember which ship spread rats around the world because I'm fairly sure that has a big, massive impact.
But that
Endeavour
wouldn't,
did
that wouldn't
quite
have
a
been
lot.
possible without the first. That wouldn't have been possible without whatever ship was the first sea-going vessel
I would
of
also
whatever
make
culture.
I would also make the argument that at some point somebody, either out of bravery, stupidity, or confidence, or a combination of all three, is going to go over the horizon at some point. The Titanic is not a guaranteed occurrence.
That
A lot had
it
to go
doesn't-
wrong to make Titanic happen.
It doesn't.
Yep.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
It kind of does.
No,
though.
it doesn't. Impact on history is not related to whether or not something is a guaranteed occurrence. It's the impact it has.
I'm sorry, Fleet. I stand by what I said. I stand by
I
my position.
I have to
on it.
fundamentally disagree with you.
I'd say there are some interesting things coming to the chat. I think this is a debate. Anyway, Black Horse, could the escort ships have been produced any earlier than they were? Yeah, they're all literally, thanks to the way the treaties were written, you could have started producing sloops in the 1930s, as I've discussed in videos before. Literally, the sloops could have been produced. You could have been matching your destroyer construction every year with sloop construction, which were allowed to be up to 2,000 tons, no faster than 20 knots, armor a certain number of guns, and you could build as many of them as you like, and they didn't count towards any of your limits. And the Royal Navy could have had, if they matched their destroyer construction, they could have had nearly 200 sloops in service by 1939, and you would have never seen any need for any crash build construction at all. Because they just wouldn't have been need to
no
go.
pause, which means no pause for.
There still would have been a construction program. Don't get me wrong. There still would have been, but there would have been a case of we need to crash build these. Why? We already have 200 in service, and we've got another 100 on order. By the way, we have more. They have only got about 40 submarines in their entire navy, of which are roughly 20 are operational at any point at one point. So what do you mean? Well, we have 200 modern destroyers, 200 sloops, and 200 old destroyers in our navy. Yeah. So that means our 600 escorts outnumber their like 40 submarines by a factor of what? 15 to 1. Oh, and we also have submarines and of our own. It's just not pretty. But yeah, escorts should have been produced earlier. Fu, you command the Hosh, and you have a choice between sailing into battle versus Royal Navy's ironclads or scuttling yourself in harbour. What do you choose and why? You're a proud Frenchman. You go into battle, don't you?
Define ironclads.
I'm gonna presume the pre-sovereign level Royal Sovereign level battleships.
Free Royal Sovereign.
So something like the Admiral class.
Well, the problem is, if it's anything free Royal Sovereign, and that's well, first of all, if it's
In Trafalgars, let's say.
Like, first of all-
Trafalgars.
the thing is, it says Royal Navy Ironclads.
Hmm.
Hoche as a single ship can handle perhaps 2 of the Royal Navy's the Royal Navy's Barbette Ironclads. What were they called? Not the Royal Sovereigns that were the first pre-dreadnoughts, the ones that came before them.
You talking about Trafalgars and
They were
those
called
ones?
Barbette Monarch.
Hang on one minute, I'm just gonna have a look.
You
I'm just
really
looking it
want to go take on a Trafalgar?
up. I'm just looking it up.
I think I would just scuttle the host regardless, just mainly to wipe away the stain on the honor
No,
of the
I absolutely would not take on Trafalgar or the.
Or
I
the-
wouldn't. I wouldn't even take on Trafalgar. I wouldn't even take on an Admiral class.
No, I didn't
Those
think
would
you would.
even worse.
Possibly Colossus
to be blunt,
class. I think you could take on a Colossus class.
Because yeah, I could take on a Colossus, but the admirals basically render Hoche obsolete and they're commissioned before she. Well, they don't render Hoche obsolete, but they win a fight with Hoche every time they fight her.
Yeah, the Trafalgar class. To give you an example of the Trafalgar class, by the way, if you want a really fun
The
look
Trafalgar
at,
class are basically admirals. The Trafalgar class are just admirals, but with their guns in turrets.
well, yes. Plus, they have 20-inch armor in the belt amidships and 14-inch at the ends. They have 4 13.5-inch guns in 2 twin turrets. They have 6 4.7-inch quick-firing guns, 8 6-pounder guns, 9 3-pounder guns, and 5 torpedo tubes. And, yeah, they are basically floating armored boxes. They are, honestly, they are significant lumps of metal. Honestly, if it was made of better material, I'd actually say the Trafalgars would be good things to have in World War One because there are very few things which are going to penetrate that thickness of armor if you have it made of decent material. Yeah.
Rumsfeld, I thought you were already in the server.
I thought Rumsfeld was just another name for Petchington, honestly.
No, I think Fetchington is. YouTube is not easy to change your name on. It's a tedious, annoying process because you can't do it subsidiary by subsidiary.
How
It's
bad-
all or nothing.
Okay, Black Horse, how bad was German machinery in World War II? It wasn't bad, it's just... You know how we describe controlling machinery on ships, especially steam boilers, is a combination art and the science? It's part art, part science. The German one was getting more arts than science because each set of machinery was quite so individual and so interesting. When the Americans were looking at it, they literally did ask, where are the manuals for this? And they were advised by the crew of the Prinz Eugen, well, whilst there are manuals that are set up for the class, each ship is its own specialness, and the Americans tried to run it off the manuals. They found they couldn't, despite all their experience. So they had to get the crew back, and then the crew were explaining how, well, the manual says this, but on this one you actually need to turn an extra 3/4 of the dial, and all sorts of things, and it's just... The Americans just looked at him going, so you're basically telling me that every plant is unique? Yes. And every engine within every system is unique. It doesn't matter. They might be on the same ship, but they're still going to have their unique... And they're not unique within a sort of a listening. They're unique within quite a bit of... So yeah, it's standardization and quality control versus trying to get the best out of everything. The Germans are constantly trying to pursue getting the very best they can out of machinery, which is great. but you need to standardize at a certain point to make it easy to train for. Now, then we have RG. Tagging off my earlier question, what would Tillman demand a character look like if he took an interest?
Tillman didn't know the
Big.
first thing about naval construction. The only thing that man knew about was horrific destruction of people of color.
Many, many other things as well.
No,
In that scenario, he was
I-
more
I
concerned
would-
with. I'd say he doesn't really care as much about that as.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Clarke, but that's all he deserves to be ever remembered for. Nothing else about his character is worth mentioning.
I would say he was also one of the most corrupt and
Character,
competent,
yes, career,
corrupt and competent in terms of backroom dealings politicians that the US has ever had to deal with. So yeah, he is definitely a backroom fixer of things. So the thing is, he doesn't know much about naval construction, but he knows it benefits Charleston. He knows it benefits where he's coming from, where he's representing. So in the nicest way, don't expect anything more out of him, but don't expect anything less. I've done enough videos about him, I know enough about him to know that, no, he is not a nice man, he is not someone I would want to personally sit down and have dinner with. But there again, in my life, I probably have sat down to dinner with worse, because I've had to for different situations. And I would say, if he thought carriers were the way rather than battleships, and he was pushing for them, he'd want as big and as best battleship carriers as he can possibly get. The reason is he wants to focus funding onto cruisers, so he can get funding for his naval yard, for which allows for his people to be employed, so he can use that funding to secure votes. That's his entire policy. So the thing is, the bigger the carrier, the more likely it's going to need cruisers to protect it. And that gives funding for his yard. His yard can't build anything bigger than a cruiser. Unless it gets a lot more investment. And he didn't come up with a way to get him to invest that much. Stalin was certain Hitler would not attack him due to an NAP, but what changes that? Basically, no. Both things. Let's put it this way: both sides have the kind of peace where both are rapidly arming and think they're taking advantage of the other. Both think the other will never attack them; that they will be the one who will decide to attack the other. The thing is, Hitler actually pulls it off because he's slightly further ahead in the readiness tree than Stalin, probably because he hasn't killed as many of his senior officers and senior civil servants as Stalin has. That tends to do cause a real problem for readiness. Hello, Nightwolf. Good morning to you. Oh, it is morning. It's 07. Budguy29. What U.S. Civil War era gun had the best chance of taking on HMS Warrior? Oh, it's probably going to be that one which I always find annoying to try and remember to pronounce.
Dahlgren?
Yeah. The Dahlgren. Probably a Dahlgren, but that's what they have. That's their best chance. But the trouble is, the British guns are going to be equivalent.
Which shares a name with a naval research base on the Pontiac.
Yeah. But you have to remember, Warrior does have both iron and teak armor, so she's fairly well protected, and she's going to be moving at quite a clip when she wants to. So it's it's an interesting point to think about. But again, if the British, as I've said before, and I talked about this in the Monroe Doctrine videos, the thing is, the British and the Americans basically work out quite early. They can talk to each other, and they can mostly get what each side wants. Melanie, I do realise what you're saying about, that's also due to France having fallen. My view is if France hasn't fallen, Hitler doesn't invade the Soviet Union, but I think the Soviet Union invades Hitler if Hitler's still fighting long enough. But I don't think myself, Nazi Germany lasts that long if France doesn't fall and Norway hasn't fallen, because if the operating aircraft from Norway, you can cut off the imports across from Sweden. And if you're doing that, if you've got aircraft operating from Norway and you're blocking off the Baltic, if the fight's going on in France and you've not had Italy join, then the German economy is going to go south like Sherman, basically, is the phrase which I'm going to use. In the SSN, Dreadnought's preliminary design, 4-bladed propellers in each quadrant were considered, so why was it rejected?
Noise?
Pretty much, it's noise and shrouding, but that's a whole discussion which I'm not really getting into, because nuclear submarines and their propellers are still something which is a touchy subject, and it's very easy to, in a live discussion like this, to say something inadvertently which I probably shouldn't. So I would want to make sure I had that scripted out. My theory friend, as Vickers and Armstrong had ideas for a triple 12-inch gun, with what we know now, how many holes were the Royal Navy's adopting triple turrets sooner? Look, the reason the RN doesn't go for triple turrets is because they've got twin turrets in production, and because they design their ships to have as many turrets as possible, usually 5 turrets, and so they're preferring to go for that sort of scenario. However, there is a scenario when you get to the Lord Nelsons that the Royal Navy could have gone with triple turrets for the Lord Nelson class. So if they'd gone with the triple 12-inch design for them, then, or even the triple 14-inch, which is apparently what one person was offering from Vickers and Ellswick. If you got the triple 14-inch, and the 14-inch was I think it was a 14-inch 42, 45 maybe? I can't remember. I think it was a 14-inch 45 actually. It's an earlier 14-inch, but it's a 14-inch. Then you'd have the standard that triple turrets will be what you're using. You can't use a triple turret as a wing turret; it's too wide. So you're gonna probably jump up and use that as super firing, because super firing tech was viable. It's the only reason it's not included in Dreadnought is because Fisher doesn't think it's viable, but the constructors do. In which case you probably end up with Dreadnought still having 5 turrets, but 5 triple turrets. At which point the Royal Navy is going to be happy and keep with the 5 triple turrets. But the thing is, they are concentrating, especially during the production period of the Dreadnought race, they are building their Dreadnoughts as efficiently as they can. They're building their ships as efficiently as they can. And suddenly introducing a change to go to triple turrets would have added in delays and complications, which they just didn't need. Because the reality was, the Royal Navy wasn't limited in the number of ships they could build. They could build as many as they liked. So you might think, well, hang on, if they're building triple ships, they can build 4 ships with this many guns, with 12 guns, let's say, each, and that's 48 guns. But the Royal Navy would go, well, hang on, with 4 ships with 12 guns, if we build them with 8 guns, we can build 6 ships with 8 guns. And let's be honest, that gives us 6 ships, which is more useful to us than 4. Okay? Any points, Fleet?
No, I think you've hit it on the head, and I'm going to have to say that I am going to have to call it here. I have
before you go do that, I'm just going to say to Runon, how many questions do we have left?
4. We got a question from RG about Japanese carriers. A question from Black Horse about the Rio class. A question from Steve Clarke about the Battle of the Nile. And a question from Montana about which U.S. battleship has the best chance of going up against Yamato in a 1v1.
As we've got only 4 questions left, do you want to stay? Because you did this last time, and I thought it was really kind of sad, because you went literally, and it was 3 questions to the end, and it was a case of, yeah, it's almost, you could have seen through the whole thing. But if you want to go to get sleep, I'll go get sleep. But I'm just saying, there's not many questions to go.
I need my sleep. I'm
Go on.
sorry. I really, really do.
Go get your sleep. You need to be at full stretch
Good
for
night, everyone.
tomorrow.
I'll see Dr. Clarke tomorrow, and
I'll
please,
see you tomorrow.
all of you do tune in. For all of you Dr. Clarkers, as they say, do tune in for Fleet's Random Ramblings tomorrow, where we have the Chieftain, and Dr. Clarke, and possibly Drac if Dr. Clarke can get him.
Mhm.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Sleep is
Toodles.
for the weak.
Okay. RG, what would a post-war Japanese carrier look like in a timeline where the Pacific War never happens? Presuming it's one of Yonai timelines. The Pacific War never happens, they probably just keep developing their carriers, so they probably end up with something not too dissimilar to the Midways and the Maltas. Honestly, if you don't have the treaties, that's what they're going for. Everyone's sort of heading down the same route if they can get it.
Just like they don't talk about Bruno, we don't talk about that curse. Except when we talk about it, but we still don't talk about it.
Okay, sorry, just had to add in another advert because YouTube was doing its normal things. Black Horse, do you think that Japanese could have possibly made the Rio class at the original design under 10,000 tons? If they had been prepared to accept a smaller air group, not try to build a fleet carrier on less than 10,000 tons, but actually tried to build something like a cruiser carrier. Let's be honest, if you'd gone for a 30 aircraft air group, you probably could have done something. It's kind of like what the British did with Hermes. Because Hermes, remember, is only 500 tons over, and she could have really been adapted quite easily to be under the standards placement. A little bit of winking and nudging could probably have done it. See, Clarke, during about now, do we know which ship caused the Lorient to explode? There are various claims of which ship caused it. Various claims. Because is it the ship which fired into it last, or ship which started the fire? Usually, how do I put this politely? Usually we sort of credit the Swifter with it. Sort of. But, sort of, yeah, there are others who put other ships in it, and you can find books which will credit all sorts of things, won't it? But the reason we sort of yeah, pretty much we usually do go with the Swifter. But there are other ships there are a lot of ships pouring fire into her at the time.
Alrighty.
It's one of those issues.
Want me to read off Montana's question?
Yes, please. Is that the last one question? Yeah.
From the Arkansas all the way through the Wisconsin, which battleship has the best chance of going up against the Yamato? Note it's every battleship numbered in a 1v1. I would say nothing older than the Carolinas has a shot.
I'd say
Maybe the Dakotas, but it's tight with the Dakotas.
pretty much, yeah. It's basically King George V's. They do okay. Nelrods, Nelrods are the one outside ones which actually have a chance. For the Americans, it's going to be probably the North Carolinas onwards.
The way the question's worded makes me think it's exclusive to USN battleships.
I wouldn't want to take a Colorado class up against them. I would say North Carolina's might stand a chance, but definitely South Dakota's would probably be okay, and Iowa's. So that's basically what you want to take up against Yamato and have a chance. Iowa's would have a chance would probably win that fight, and South Dakota's would probably win that fight. But that would be a sheer rate of guns and especially radar and fire control. But honestly, the North Carolinas and South Dakotas both have a speed of 27.5 knots, if I'm not mistaken, at top speed. 28 knots actually is for the North Carolinas. South Dax is 27.5. So they do have a speed advantage, but not much of one. Whereas the Iowas have enough speed advantage, they can decide both the both the angle of attack and addance, and also the range of firing, and decide what they're going to be doing. That they have enough speed advantage. They have a 6-knot speed advantage, even in their full heavily loaded version, let alone their lightened version of 35.2 knots, when they would have an 8-knot speed advantage over the Yamato. So basically, the Iowas can decide when and how they're going to fight and from what angle, which gives them an overwhelming advantage. For the King George V's, they have their armor. They also have 28 knots of speed, so they have a chance. They again have fire control, very good fire control, etc. And the 14-inch shells, the level of the speed and rate of fire is going to be the thing that's going to bear when you're dealing with smaller ships engaging, and their sort of actual range, because the 18.1-inch guns, for various reasons, they're not massive. So yeah, it would be interesting. But the reason I added in the Brits as well as the Americans was because I was mentally working through the timeline, and I'm sorry, but I learnt the British battleships and their timeline first, and the American battleships fit into their timeline in my brain. I'm British, of course I learnt the British battleships first. Okay, so, yeah, we've been going for 4 hours, 40 minutes now. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed. Thank you, Runon and Fleet, for joining me and chatting away. It sometimes works out well. It sometimes works out funny, but it always seems to be good to me. Thank you, everyone who's been here on Twitch and on YouTube. Thank you both for taking part in this. I hope you don't. I'm sorry I have to now insert ads because YouTube doesn't like it when I go too long as a live without an ad. But it seems to be working out, and thank you for understanding it. It's what it likes. I think it especially doesn't like it because I do the joint streaming to both YouTube and Twitch. I think that makes it a bit more fussy, but I like to do that because, well, if you consider now we've got about 10 people watching on Twitch, we've got nearly 50 watching on YouTube, and we've peaked at 25 on Twitch this evening, and we've peaked at nearly 80 on YouTube this evening. And I like that. I like having a group of people and being able to chat to a large number of you and hoping you enjoy it. So, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. And yeah, hope you enjoyed. And remember, we have a Discord server. We have the Patreon is live at the moment to suggest for patrons to go and suggest topics for February next year. What have we got coming up this week? If I go open up my PowerPoint, what do you know? That opened up on screen. I wasn't expecting that to appear on screen immediately. Yeah. Why have you decided to show off that immediately? Let me get into this. Get to this. And then I'll show off screen. Yeah. That's... No, I don't want you to minimize that. So if I do that... Oh, I was hoping to make it expand, but it didn't. It didn't expand for you all. That's just annoying of it, realistically. Okay, so what we've got coming up. If I do this quickly. There you go. We have this week HMS Diantina. We have 2 historians with the wonderful Harry Bennett on Tuesday. We have World War I Tribals premiering on Wednesday. We have the Battle of Ely live on Thursday. We have Key Aircraft, which is going to be Santa's sleigh on Friday. And then we have the ASW Long Patrol on the Saturday, and then we have Bruships 175 on the Sunday. And I have to record the next 2 episodes of Two Historians this week, so that's going to be a fun thing for me. Right, and everyone, hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much for watching, and, well, take care. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan Moon. Thank you, Night Wolf. Thank you, Charles Mura, John Doe, Montana, Geo Guy, Runa, of course, Steve Clarke, Stafford, Raptor Rat, Int Morrison, Red Sea Minecraft, Alistair Crow, RG, Bud Guy 829, Night 6831, Melanie 1640, Stafford, Steve, Leslie, everyone who's been watching, everyone who's been taking part. Thank you, Duke of Petchington. Thank you, John Hegstead. Thank you, Dragon 2000, Foxo, Mark Harkness, everyone who's been here. Thank you very much. Dave Harrison. I'm going back as far as it'll let me go. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed, and hope we managed to get through even more questions next week. Cartoon Man
Over on
154.
Twitch, thank you. Ancient Evils, Cow to Face, Minute Sum, and Nightwolf 1112, Ben 0420.
I wish we could get a system which would list anyone who chats in the chats in either of the chats, and I could just scroll through it instead of them getting lost. Because sometimes it loses for me the people who were on up here earlier. Anyway, I'll think about that for future. Thank you very much, Aaron. Take care and have a nice evening. So let's do that.